Good evening, everybody. Happy Monday night. Whew. We'll be getting into the show here. Whoa. Damn, it got away from me there. Like a puppy that just yanked his leash right out of your hand, you know? Whoa, buddy. Good evening. Yes, Deb, I saw your comment in chat, and that's something that we'll be going over first with the Facebook stuff, actually. Good evening, everybody. I apologize in advance. We had a great show earlier today. Thank you all for hanging out. Lay down for a little nap and woke up actually not too long ago. I woke up maybe an hour and 15 before the show tonight. Just took me a little nap. Just been doing a lot of work in the background as well. And I just woke up from my nap and I just got this stomach ache. So I don't know. We'll see if as the show goes on, if it gets, if it gets better or whatever. But I just want to apologize in advance if we don't end up going too late tonight. So I just want to apologize in advance. Just stomach's not feeling too good, so. But we're going to try. What's up, Tabitha? Thank you for the sub. Thank you, Danielle, for the sub. Appreciate you. What's up, Kib? What's up, Detective Golden? Thank you. Jacqueline. DS, thank you. Katrina, thank you for hopping in. Caddy. Starla, Starbright, thank you for checking out the show. Appreciate it. What's up, Typically Unique? Thank you for hopping in. Debre, appreciate you. Doodlebug, how you doing tonight? Appreciate you all coming in. Definitely sub to the Architect. Music is so awesome. Appreciate it. We got Grismatically with the intro, the creepy Freddy Hands with the guy coming up to the window, the true crime intro. Appreciate the talented individuals. He's cooking up something else for me here, everybody. Grismatically is. So we'll be having that coming to you soon. I can't wait. It's going to be so cool. It's going to be we're going to be dropping something in the intro and replacing it with something else. It's going to be really cool. They would have walked by and maybe checked the door, and maybe that's why they didn't think to look anymore, right? Bianca, thank you for hopping in. Ticket number 15. Appreciate you hitting the like. Thank you. Yeah, so I apologize if I don't go too late tonight, everybody. My stomach, it's just been hurting since I woke up from this nap, so. Thank you, Brandywine. Appreciate you so much. Medicated 3, good evening. Looks like an M&M. Yes, we will be going into that. It feels like a volcano typically, honestly. That's a good way to describe it. In its own way, it feels like a volcano. Yeah, I don't know how to describe it. What's up, Unravel? I didn't get out of work till 10. Oh. Thank you. I appreciate it. All right, so we're going to go to that post. No, I'm not on her Facebook myself. I don't really care to be. Just my own personal thing. Maybe I should. I don't know. But I like highlighting other people. We the People on Twitter. There's the link if you want to go follow them on Twitter. And I'll go ahead and read the messages for you because I know I can't zoom them up. So I'll go ahead and read them for you. I will save them. Let me see here. Go ahead and save them as we go. Okay. So it says, Kara Denise Northington. SMH. Like I said though. Here, you know what? Let me get these as close as I can. Hold on. Whoa, it got rid of me. 1 second. Here, we'll go like this. There we go. That's as best as I can do. All right. SMH. Like I said, though, I find it very interesting how BK's professor or anyone hung out with and spoke to my daughter and her friends that night have not said hardly a peep. I don't know. Let me read that again. Let me read that again. SMH. Like I said, though, I find it very interesting how BK's professor or anyone hung out with and spoke to my daughter and her friends that night have not saidly heard a peep. Not even something like, hey, yeah, I was at the bar and saw Kaylee and Maddie, spoke with them, nothing. Or, hey, yeah, Ethan and Xana were at the Sigma Chi party. Ethan got into a bit of a scuffle with Loach, but Xana broke it up, no big deal. Nothing. Yeah, I know that happened because she happened to talk to her father that night when they left the party. I'm not saying it had anything to do with anything. That's why I want to know more about it, though. There was a whole lot that could. What? Oh, okay. Jeez, where in the hell does it? All right, hold on. Okay, so it's like halfway down. My bad. This, I don't know. When I take pictures, I just take, you know what I'm saying? Like, if you're going to take pictures, why are you going to take half of the paragraph you already took? I get, like, the line or something. You know what I mean? Like a line or two, but you're going to do, like, half. Oh, they're not in order? Jeez. Hold on. I'm going to start. Let me do a pre. Okay, so it's like half and half. All right. Rewind. What the hell? I mean, you could have went from 4 to 3. You know what I mean? It's you trim the fat. SMH. Like I said, though, I find it very interesting how BK's professor or anyone who hung out with and spoke to my daughter and her friends that night have not said anything, hardly a peep. not even something like, hey, yeah, I was at the bar and saw Kaylee and Maddie, spoke with them, nothing. Or, hey, yeah, Ethan and Xana were at the Sigma Chi party. Ethan got into a bit of a scuffle with Elle, but Xana broke it up. No big deal. Nothing. Yeah, and I know that happened because she happened to talk to her father that night when they left the party. I'm not saying it had anything to do with anything. That's why I want to know more about it, though. There is a whole lot that could be said and explained and therefore help answer questions. What are FBK did not act alone? What if he was paid by someone to do it? What if he's innocent and someone or someone's did it? There are still a whole lot of questions and not nearly enough answers. We simply don't know. I don't know. You don't know. And at the moment, none of us do. Since when do we just not thoroughly investigate a crime, much less one as horrid as this one? If you cannot see the logic in that, then I'm sorry, and I pray to G nothing like this would happen to your own child. This was my daughter, though. I want no stone left unturned. I'm going to make sure it won't be. I would hope we all would be on the same page. Find it very interesting as well. In fact, he should have said to testify, if you ask me, as should every single one of the frat members of Sigma. While we are at it, anyone who was at the grub truck and the bar that night, it is, in my opinion, only reasonable, considering these people were the last people to see all of them alive. I find it very odd that none of them are speaking up about anything. I'm sorry, but it honestly blows my mind. Wouldn't you want to speak up about anything that was happening around them to help us better understand? Question mark. I just do not get why everyone is so silent. Wow. Do you think that's really her? I'm sure it is. Do you think that's really her? Now, the names, we've heard the names. We've all talked about the names in other shows, you know? We've all talked about the names. I feel like it's her. Let me know. Type it up. Let me know. Do you think that it's her? I think it's her. I mean, it makes sense. That's what some of us feel is taking place. Sounds like something Steve G would be saying. You know what I mean? And it's a good, you know, as far as we don't know who exactly is on that the witness list. Incomplete. You know, we don't know who said what except for what's in the PCA. They could have very well not said anything like what's being claimed in her words, just as much as there's a likelihood that they could have said something or did. And we just don't know because it's not in the PCA. But it doesn't sound like Steve G's the only parent that questions some of the motives and the effort of the investigation. And so I have no choice but to leave reading that, coming away feeling like it is her, coming away feeling like those are real words. These poor family members. Who knows what she knows? Who knows what she doesn't know? You know what I'm saying? But it makes you really wonder, and it makes you really question. Are they really giving it the 150 effort that these victims deserve? Are they really giving it the 150 effort when they're going after the people or peoples? Is it even the right person? There's so many questions, so many doubts, so many we don't knows. It's not like a lot of these other cases. There's so many questions. And that leaves too many possibilities. But there should only be one result, and that's victims for, or justice for these victims. Period. Makes you wonder what kind of is the effort there. All right, so let's get into. I wanted to watch this with you guys real quick before we're going to be doing the fresh notes, old notes, where we started going into. If you weren't here last night, we went through an old court TV episode a couple nights ago when it came because we were talking about the evidence and stuff. And it was the court TV. I mainly just used it. I was going to use it just for the footage of them bringing the stuff out, removing the items from the house. That was it. As we watched that episode, it was like, there's a lot of interesting things that you watch it 10 months ago, it means one thing. You watch it now, you look at it with a different perspective, and you're like, huh. So when I woke up yesterday morning, I was like, there's something I've never done. I got like 2,000 videos in my Idaho4 case folder. I just keep adding to it ever since the case started. I was like, I've never done it before where I've gone through that whole folder from the first video. So I spent 3.5, 4 hours yesterday morning going through that whole folder from beginning to end, first video to last. And I saved certain ones that stuck out to me. And so I wanted to share those with you guys. And I figured we'd do a few episodes where it's fresh notes, old notes. We go from these first shows as time goes on, and we kind of go into different parts of the case from different angles, different interviews, we are going to be seeing a lot of the MSM narrative shit being pushed in some of these videos, but there's a reason, because I want to also show the narration pushing that was going on as this case was going on too. Not that we're going to learn anything from it, because we already know. But it's more about, as things were getting released, things were getting talked about as time went on in this case, different things are getting added or updated or changed or redirected. Then we're going to see the wave of MSM BS that was getting pushed in, and it's going to be a few episode thing. But before we get to that part, I want to watch this video with you guys. This is that Crime Circus video. Earlier, we were talking about the whole Linda Lane trash can. Earlier this morning, we talked about it a long time ago, back when we went through that Linda Lane stuff. If you want to watch it again, you can watch the deep dive that I did over here. Spent a few days on it. The trash thing, I never really even thought it was worth anything. That's why I never even really discussed it. I just didn't think that it was really anything that was really worth a discussion, honestly. What's up, medicated? Listen, I don't need that many. Shit. You should see all the damn folders. I don't need that many. That's for sure. Yeah, they were in a hurry to clean that house. Oh, you're fine, Brandywine. You can never have too many. Ask medicated, right? Yeah, ask medicated. They know a lot more. All right, we're going to get into this crime circus cult here. And we're going to watch this video. This is about the trash. Hold on 1 second. What's up, 49ers girl?
Now, without further ado, let's see what I have to say for myself this time. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to Crime Circus. My name's Drip Drop, and I'll be your host as always. Now let's see what we found this time.
Clearing out a crime scene to help families heal. That's what police are doing at the home where 4 University of Idaho students were murdered. Local and state police packed up the students' belongings today and will give them back to their families.
It's been over 3 weeks since Moscow police say those 4 students were killed in their sleep. Police are still looking for leads, and they're still looking for the killer. And they now say the time has come to empty the house. Esther Bauer was there, and she shows us the changing crime scene.
So as you've seen in this news clip, they were removing items from the house just 3 weeks after this crime occurred to help the victims' families heal. Well, this crime was unsolved. There were no suspects. Nobody had been arrested yet. This was an open and active crime scene.
The changing crime scene.
But to help the families heal, they were removing possessions. How fast did these families need those possessions? A single pillow without a pillowcase in a 6-bedroom house? And what do you think is in all of these boxes?
Police officers arrived early this morning to pack up the students' things, and by noon today, they finished loading the boxes onto the truck. This is not something police typically do, but Idaho State Police spokesperson Aaron Snell says in this case, it was appropriate.
How about this? This looks like one of those little treadmills that you can get for cheap on Amazon. I thought it was a TV at first, but I think it's a treadmill now. And what do we have here? A set of golf clubs. Does anybody out there know if any of these women were golfers? I don't know. But in the thousands of pictures I've seen of these women, I haven't seen any of them golfing. So, if you know, please share the evidence because we'd really love to hear the deets here. Let's take a zoom in on this golf bag and see what we think about it. It has a lot of storage space in it. There's a lot of pockets. There's a lot of hiding places. Do you think it's possible that the passing away weapon was hidden within this golf bag? It could have been. With these items being removed in such a short time after this crime happened, without anybody being arrested yet, and without the passing away weapon ever being found, not even till this day, it's never been found. They don't even know if a K-bar is the passing away weapon. We just know they have a K-bar sheath. The sheath without the weapon doesn't really...
And you got different... It doesn't say they were all injured the same way. I'll just put it that way.
...really mean much. Now, if they had found the sheath with BK's DNA at the crime scene, and then they found the K-bar in Brian's apartment, That would be pretty sus. That wouldn't be a very good look for BK at all. It would still possibly be explainable, but as of right now, there's no passing away weapon anywhere to be found. Did it just vanish? Was he able to destroy it into 1 million pieces for it never to be located? Could it be buried somewhere? Do you think he just tossed it in the river? If it's in the river, it can be found. Specialists and dive teams find treasures in the water all the time.
Police announced today the body found inside a submerged car in a reservoir is most likely.
You know, that's a good question. Let me rewind that a second. Yeah, you're missing some irons. Well, unless you got a basics.
Of these women, I haven't seen
There's different kind of sets you can get.
any of them golfing. So, if you know, please share the evidence because we'd really love to hear the deets here.
Let me
Let's
see
take
how
a
many-
zoom in on this golf bag and see what we think about it. It has a lot of storage space in it. There's a lot.
All right. You got a putter. You got a putter here. A putter here. An iron, an iron, an iron, iron. Wood. And a driver. That's an iron as well. Putter. So you got 1, 2. Okay, so you got a driver, a 3, a 5 wood. That's I mean, typically if you're going, minimal, a driver, 3 and a 5. That's typical. A putter and 4 to 5 irons. You need a 9. You need a 5. A pitch wedge, a sand wedge. I mean, if it's basic, you know what I'm saying? I could see it being a basic set.
A lot of pockets, there's a lot of hiding places. Do you think it's possible that the passing away weapon was hidden within this golf bag?
It could be a cheaper set though, just because Ping's not crazy expensive. It's not like Ping is Callaway or something. It could be you know what I mean? They got basic sets where you don't get all the clubs. It's, you get the basic minimum because it's a cheaper package. It looks like it's. Hold on a minute. Now that only looks like it's got 1 wood and a driver. Because the driver's got a baggie around it.
It has a lot of storage space in it. There's
Maybe it is missing. I don't know. There's
a lot of
multiple golf
pockets.
bags.
There's a lot of hiding places. Do you think it's possible that the passing away weapon was hidden within this golf bag? It could have been. With these items being removed in such a short time after this crime happened, without anybody being arrested yet, and without the passing away weapon ever being found, not even till this day, it's never been found. They don't even know if a K-bar is the passing away weapon. We just know they have a K-bar sheath. A sheath without the weapon doesn't really mean much. Now, if they had found the sheath with BK's DNA at the crime scene, and then they found the K-bar in Brian's apartment, that would be pretty sus. That wouldn't be a very good look for BK at all. It would still possibly be explainable, but as of right now, there's no passing away weapon anywhere to be found. Did it just vanish? Was he able to destroy it into 1 million pieces for it never to be located? Could it be buried somewhere? Do you think he just tossed it in the river? If it's in the river, it can be found. Specialists and dive teams find treasures in the water all the time.
Police announced today the body found inside a submerged car in a reservoir is most likely the 16-year-old who disappeared after attending a party.
A knife can't just vanish. It has to be somewhere if it is the passing away weapon. A lot of you out there believe it's actually a machete. Yeah, it could be, according to what we've heard about the wounds.
This was a brutal weapon. It sounds like it was a professional type weapon that couldn't break. And they weren't stab wounds. They were like large punctures.
See? That's what I'm saying. Like,
They weren't stab wounds.
the difference in the injuries that are being reported. Just because the sheath was there doesn't mean the K-bar was the weapon. It really could be a distraction.
I've seriously never seen personal belongings removed from an active crime scene this fast after the crime without any suspects. This was a major, major happening just outside of the University of Idaho. This really is the biggest news story in Idaho history that I've ever heard. Ever. And we're still investigating it nearly 1 year later.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, how fast the time has passed. And
That's why when we were going through this, even the video of them, the Washington Plate Cowboys, a week or so ago, it was like, it just don't make no damn sense. None of it. You think so, typically? Right, Deb? That's how I feel. That's how I feel. Not one weapon, not one person. It just don't make sense.
I think I almost never recorded my very first Idaho video, but I felt a calling. I felt an obligation.
Oh, yeah, shit. The freaking trash. Exactly. This shit's all been talked about since the beginning of the freaking crime. The dumpster that didn't even get checked, like that was allowed to get mixed with other trash from the neighbors. Like that shit came out right away. You had to be watching those local news clips. That's the trick, y'all. You had to be watching those local news clips, because those local news clips, not the News Nation, not the MSNBC, not the CBS, the local shit from the beginning. You found all your gems there. Trust me. That's where they were all at. That's why this talk show turned into this. Because I'm sitting there digging it. I'm like, what the? Huh? How in the hell is this shit going down? We got to talk about this.
Something in the universe, some may call it the energy, drew me to this case. And apparently I'm a really good investigator, according to what you're telling me down in the comments. So every single episode I said, this is going to be the final one. This is it. I can't continue on. I can't keep doing this. I can't keep subjecting myself and my loved ones to this horror. And now here we are, almost 30 episodes later. Almost an entire year. The anniversary's coming up. And that's super serious. R.I.P. Maddie, Kaylee, Xana, and Ethan. Hopefully, they're in a much better place right now. Anyways, how about the property owner that owned this property as an investment just gives away his $1 million property to the University of Idaho for free? Mm-hmm. And so now, of course, the university wants that house destroyed ASAP because it's...
Yeah, because the dude that owned it didn't want to look like the POS if he was the one that got it demolished. So he don't have to look like the bad guy. The university wants it gone, right? So they could have either pressured the guy to do it, which he would have looked like the bad guy. He's like, no, I ain't looking like the bad guy. So then the university is like, hey, How about you just donate it? Then you can write it off. Bonus. And then you can just let us deal with it. We'll go ahead and take the negative backlash that comes with trying to demolish this property. So let us take care of it. Just go ahead and donate it. You can write it off. It's that enrollment. It's that University of Phoenix acquisition, because that was a big one. That was a big one. That was a shiny penny. That was a shiny penny that they did. So you got to make sure that enrollment's on the up and up, because you just, you know, even though everybody in the state and the community was like questioning the whole acquisition of the University of Phoenix online and had serious questions about it, and they were raising those serious questions in the community. But it was a shiny penny, and they needed to make sure that there was some comfort room. So, hey, the enrollment's got to be on the up and up. We need to have the enrollment in order to get the funds that we get with the contracts. When you look at all the money that the university gets and where it comes from, just be on the students. Be on the students. Don't even worry about the enrollment from the students. Don't worry about none of that. Look at everything else. And you'll see why the enrollment is so important. Look at everything else. You'll see why the enrollment is so important. We'll go into it again sometime in the future. But it's a couple shows in its own. And we've done it in the past before.
Bad for business. Does everything in this life really have to come back to money? What kind of investor just gives away their $1 million house? At that point, why even be a landlord anymore for any other houses? Why not give those other houses in the investment firm away to people in need? People that are homeless, people that could actually use a house to live in. No, they just want to demolish a perfectly fine and dandy house. Somebody out there watching this right now would probably gladly live in that house with their family because you need a roof over your heads. And if one of you moved in, maybe one of you could even let me check out the bottom floor to see if there's an access point to the tunnel. I was listening to the Thought Riot podcast recently, and they're interested in exploring the tunnel. And I would explore the tunnel too. Maybe a team of us needs to explore the tunnel and see what's really going on down there. And spoiler alert, in my next episode, I have found another access point to the tunnel. And this one's undeniable. The other ones were questionable. This one is serious. Yeah, that's next time though. This time, let's check out this trash can. Look at this. Right here. Let's zoom in if you can't see it. This trash can remained full of trash, inside and outside of it, for weeks after the crime. Apparently, nobody considered that there might be some seriously important evidence inside of that trash can. Maybe some important receipts.
They didn't even take the tape off the frickin' ladder. They didn't even take the tape off the ladder when they initially taped up the crime scene in the beginning. And then, after they changed it from the house to the property and extended the crime scene, what are they doing? They never even checked that. Another college? I don't know about that. I'm not saying it's not true, but I don't know. I haven't heard that.
Maybe something with DNA on it. Maybe even the passing away weapon was hidden inside of the garbage can, inside of a fast food container.
Or they could have got it from a pizza box like Long Island SK.
Yeah, that is a possibility. Let's check out this other image. You can see these various humans here investigating the window. Why, oh, why would they be investigating this window when the back sliding glass door was apparently left open? If the perpetrator apparently came in and out of the sliding glass door, what's so special about this window where you can't even see anything inside of that window? And look to their lower left, there's that trash can again with the trash. The clues they were all searching for seem to be right in front of them. But as they say, the best place to hide something is right in the open.
Right?
Yeah. Here's another image. And here's another image. As you can see, the theme that we're seeing here, the trash. Check out this image. The trash can is actually knocked over, and you can see the trash, aka the evidence, just chilling there. Nobody bothering to pick it up. As if nothing could be important inside of it. I personally think there could be something super important inside of it. What we're seeing here truly is a red alert, which leads us to Pennsylvania. What in the world were they doing all the way out in Pennsylvania digging through Brian's trash and Brian's neighbor's trash if they didn't even look through the trash at the crime scene? That's sus to us. It really is. If they like to dig through trash so much, how come nobody searched through this trash at 1122 King Road?
Or the dumpster. Like, why?
Is. If they like to dig through trash so much, how come nobody searched through this trash at one?
They didn't want to. Just like they didn't want to search the frickin' dumpster. It was too late. There was no rush. They didn't even go to the landfill, yo. And that came from a local news station right after like very soon after, within a day or two. A local news station is the one that reported it. Just like when we were doing our show last night and we were watching one of those old clips and they have the tape, you know, like they do right here where you can see the tape, you know, going across the parking lot. They have it crossed off, but they're still all parking up in the damn shit. I was sitting there going, wait a minute, this whole time I've been cracking jokes. About how everybody was all parked up in there and shit before it got taped off. And then we come across an episode, one of the first few episodes or videos. And we can see it's taped off and all these cars are just parked all up in there. And it's like, wait a minute, I thought it's taped off. This is right after the crime. Like, what's going on? I thought it was taped off for a reason. Wow, Moonlight, they had 1951 new enrollments last year, which set the record. Yeah, they bought them back in the spring. University of Phoenix Online. That was a local news station that I got that from too when that came out, when it first dropped. I was like, you got to be shitting me. I played it in the beginning of the show that night. I'm like, talking like, why in the hell are you're way up there and you're buying something way down there? What do you have, like a what is this, like University of Phoenix, Idaho. Huh? Like, why wouldn't you buy like something that is it still University of Phoenix online? It's gotta be, right? Is it still University of Phoenix online? I don't know. I don't see commercials anymore. I don't watch TV anymore, so I don't see any of those commercials. It's gotta be. So it's like what? So I'm saying it's a business. That's why, like we were talking about the president, and the conversation was well, he's gotta care, because we were watching the press conferences, and I was saying, look, he's trying to force tears. He isn't crying. He hasn't once wiped his eye. He hasn't touched his cheek. He hasn't done nothing, right? But you see him like excruciating look, like the dude's got explosive diarrhea, right? He's just trying to force out a tear, looking like explosive diarrhea hit his ass, right? And the thing was is the conversation was well, he feels bad. I said he don't feel nothing. He don't fucking he probably don't even know these students. He's trying to force it. He's trying to make it look like he. Let's be honest, right, Deb? Let's be honest. Was he not looking like the motherfucker had explosive diarrhea without a tear? And when you got explosive diarrhea, you do tear up a little bit. You know what I'm saying? So if he wasn't wiping his, doing one of these, like, holding it in, he wasn't wiping his, he wasn't doing no tears. Okay? It's a dreadful. Yeah, it's a dreadful sweat. It's a dreadful sweat. but for real. It's a business. There's a reason he's there. That's what I said in this conversation. There's a reason he's there, not because he cares. It's because he's good at business decisions. That's what I said that night. The reason he's there is because he's good at business decisions. It's a business. It's a business. It's a business. Seriously. Sorry, y'all. I should have put this up when I should have put this up when I talked about explosive. All right, I'm sorry. I wasn't thinking. My bad. I didn't want to trigger anybody with those sweats. You know what I'm saying? Sweat dropping. You know what I mean? I didn't want to trigger none of you guys. Okay, I didn't mean to do it. All right, we're gonna continue. Thank you all for hanging out.
122 King Road. We need to know, and we need to know now. So, in my opinion, that's a boom.
D.
Yeah, the trash is a boom. If you don't think it is, comment down below. I'd love to hear from you. Why would the trash in Pennsylvania be important, but at the crime scene it's not? Was this quad passing away in small-town Moscow, Idaho properly investigated? I don't know. If it was, then what's with all these red flags that I'm finding? Now let's take a moment to look at this clip of more belongings being removed from the house to help the families heal.
Clearing out a crime scene to help families heal,
I think it will help with a little bit of the healing.
We see a bag of shoes.
I'm sorry, Brandy. What?
Okay, no big deal. Maybe somebody needed their shoes. Upon closer inspection, as we zoom, we can see some very specific shoes in this bag. Vans. Yes, that's right, ladies and gentlemen. There are Vans shoes in the bag.
Yeah, I was even gonna go get some when I went to the store when I ended up getting the Adidas instead. That is true. There are Vans. And the footprint, they didn't even see it until they went with the black light. They didn't see it on the first initial pass. So was that even the latent footprint that was even there from when the crime took place, or was this from something else that happened a long time ago? Was this something else that happened a long time ago that was already cleaned up with your Resolve carpet cleaner, yo? Right? If you walk into a crime scene and you don't see the footprint until you go and bring out the black light, then doesn't that probably tell you that it was either cleaned up or it was there from before a long time ago? But hey, it's a footprint that is pointing in the direction of the closet that's next to the kitchen. Whoa. Book it, right? Think about it. They got a footprint. Yeah, the footprint, you couldn't even see it when you went in and looked through the crime scene until you got the special chemical and the special light. And then all of a sudden you were like, holy shit, George, we just found it. Holy shit, George. Look what we found. Holy shit, George. It's a shoe print. Watch it be from like 3 years ago. Watch it be from like 3 years ago. And I'm sorry. What 6-foot dude wears that small a shoe? I wear a size fucking 12, yo, and I'm 5'8". What? What? You know what I mean? I wear 12 and I'm 5'8". What freaking size of shoe? I couldn't even fit in that. I couldn't even fit in that shoe, and I'm 5'8", yo.
That's being removed from the house, and this is
Ouch.
not an evidence bag.
Can't
this is
imagine.
being returned to the family's bag. And I think it's safe to say that those shoes were not processed. Those shoes were not brought to the Idaho State Crime Lab, or they would have been at the State Crime Lab, and we would have never seen them leaving the house being put into the back of a U-Haul, as if it's moving day. Keep in mind, a blatant BLOODY footprint was found just outside of Dylan's door, and in the PCA, they're basically telling us that was the perpetrator's shoe print. That's why they included the information in the PCA, is to make Dylan's story seem believable that she saw the path of the intruder exiting the home. Let's check out some of these pictures I found. This right here, this is Bethany. She owns Vans. Here's a picture of Dylan. She owns Vans. Here's some other miscellaneous pictures I've found of their surviving roommates. They really like their Vans. They have Vans in different styles. And what makes the vans so important? The police are the ones that specifically mention the name brand vans in the PCA. We have no evidence to believe that Brian Kohberger ever owned vans. In his apartment in Pullman, Washington, they found Nikes. At his parents' house in Pennsylvania, they found New Balance. So Brian Kohberger likes New Balance and Nike. No evidence of any vans. Nope. Boom. I think it's super important that those shoes should have been thoroughly investigated and processed for any.
Yeah, when the shit don't show up when you go into the crime scene and you gotta use the always from that point on, you investigate the damn shoes more, you know? I mean, it's just you could watch freaking NCIS or some shit like that and see that shit happen on. You don't even have to go to school, yo. You could watch it on a 30-minute fucking show and know exactly what you need to do when you see some shoe prints that come up with the shish. Come on.
Possible DNA or blood splatter. Yeah. Now, randomly, we're going to sidestep to a completely different topic to see what you think of it. This short little video, which is an image compilation, was found on Xana's TikTok. This was posted about 6 months prior to the crime happening on November 13th. Check this out.
Whoa,
As
I
you
seen
can see,
somebody
those
in there.
images flash by way too fast. So we're going to slow it down, and we're going to take a look at two
Yeah,
select
'cause-
photos in this photo compilation. Right here, we have Jack Showalter, the hoodie guy from the Grub Truck video. Okay, let's see what else we've come across. Who is this? Let's zoom in and take a closer look. Is that a picture of Brian Kohberger on Xana's TikTok? We don't know because they won't tell us anything.
No, I don't think so.
Yeah. Okay, let's see what else we've come across. Who is this? Let's zoom in and take a closer look.
No, his head's too pointy in the back. His head's too pointy in the back to be Kohberger's. I'll take a picture, but it doesn't seem like it's Kohberger to me. I'll let it sit there for a minute for you guys. Here, I'll zoom it in for you too. I just took a screenshot. It doesn't look like it would be Kohberger to me. Oh shit, I missed the thing. Yeah, it don't. It don't look like it to me.
Is that a picture of Brian Kohberger on Xana's TikTok? We
No.
don't know because they
No.
won't tell us anything. Even Ann Taylor has just filed her 8th
Not in my
supplemental
opinion.
request for
I don't
discovery.
think so. That too.
If this
too.
case is so rock solid and there's 52 terabytes of data, why doesn't the state just turn over all the evidence? If it's such a slam dunk for sure case, why doesn't the prosecutor just laugh in the defense's face and hand over everything at once and say, have fun, your client's guilty and we're gonna prove it? No, they're playing all kinds of legal games in the court system. They're not turning over what the defense is requesting. I've researched and investigated a lot of cases over the years. I've read a lot of court documents. I've never seen a single defense attorney have to file 8 supplemental discovery requests.
And there's a reason. All you have to do is go back to one of the responses from the prosecution. When they came back with the case. I can't remember the name. I'd have to go through the papers. But you'll know what I'm talking about. the case where they were talking about how they had to have a secret grand jury in this case before because of the evidence in the DNA, and how they couldn't offer information that the defense was requesting because a higher agency had the information. And they referred to another case before, just basically like, yeah, here you go. And then the defense came back and said, yeah, but if you dig into this case, the judge said all the DNA should be out in the open. They're not given information, whether it be because they don't have it, because of the fumbaloos, or because of another agency that can't give them the information, like they were quoting in a previous court case as a response to the defense. There's a reason why. What is the reason, though? Is it because another agency, or is it because there was just too many fumbaloos from the beginning, and there's no way that you can reel it all back in? It's just not possible. So then you make up excuses and you try and, just kind of brush it off more and 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 more until you can't brush it off anymore, until you're finally backed into a corner, and then you finally have to answer for yourself. And then that's when the fucking truth comes out. That's when you know what the fuck game it is that they're playing. And that's what the prosecution is doing to the defense. They're just brushing off. Now, whether it's because of fumbaloos or the other agency, that's the only way that we would. They're not going to be honest. They're not going to tell. They're trying to tell the truth somewhat. There's some shit when they're in the court hearings. How can we possibly provide that if we never even did that, or we don't have it? How could we possibly provide it? But some stuff, yeah, we don't know a date. That we can try. We don't think that is pertinent. All these different reasons. It's just gaslighting until the moment that you can't gaslight anymore. And then you finally have to answer for everything that you've been dodging since the first day you started doing the dodging.
And I have a feeling there's going to be quite a few more coming. Yeah. It really makes all of us wonder, what do they have to hide? We don't like secrets. We want to know the truth, and we want to know it now. Anyways, moving on. Was it BK or wasn't it BK? We don't know. The picture's blurry. It's out of focus. Leave your best guess down below in the comments section. Now we're going to have a discussion on a picture that a viewer sent me. My previous video was titled Brian Koberger, The Secret Door, and More. Link down below. I speculated that there was 2 different doors that had potential to be an access point to the tunnel. A viewer slid into my inbox with this picture of room 1B. That's this room right here. That would be the lower right bedroom that, as far as we know, nobody was living inside of. It was a vacant room, and that's the room that the golf clubs were within. Check this out. Let's zoom into the blur. Let's see what we see here behind.
Yeah, this is something that the door, the latch, you can actually see it. And I'll share this with you too. You can actually see it on this. This little rendition thing here. You can actually see it on here. It's got photos of the actual rooms, and you can actually see there's like a door latch there. A long time ago, there was a lot of people that were talking about how there was like a secret door and a secret tunnel under there, and how that was like a way for them to not only either hide stuff, or it was a way for people to get away from committing the crime because there was maybe tunnels through there and all sorts. I mean, they they even got diagrams. They even got diagrams showing like where the rooms are and shit, like underneath the kitchen. There's, I don't know if it's true. Who knows though? But why would you, if it was a door, why would the latch be so far close to the shelf? I don't know. But yeah, it's stuff that we kind of explored a long ass time ago. You can actually find it on here. This is where we came across it, actually, was on this this tour thing that they got, the 1122 virtual tour. We were looking down in the room actually, and it didn't have it on the tour itself. You had to click on the like house photos, the real photos, because this is like a digital tour. You had to click on the real photos, and when you clicked on the real photo, then you actually saw this latch right here, which is showing here on this. It was a long time ago, though.
Behind this bookshelf.
Yeah, see it?
I've seen in a lot of movies, that's exactly where you like to hide a hidden door, is either within a bookshelf or behind a bookshelf. Now look at the big seam here. It looks like a big gap. The type of gap that you'd see on a door. Is this a doorknob? We don't know. There's only one way to find out, but I don't recommend anybody do it. That house is boarded up, and it's going to...
Oh yeah, the original layout. This was all trees. Yeah. Even when you go look on Google Guy, you go look at King Road, the corner of King and Queen Road. You go look at that just from a few years ago, and the shit's totally different. There's two properties that have been built there, 1112, 1118. That was full of trees. The back property, 1126, was full of trees. That's been cleared out. There's so much that has been renovated on this block alone. Gosh, I think it was back in the March, maybe? March or April. We actually watched the city hall meeting when it came to the renovation of 1122's property. We actually watched the city hall meeting where they were discussing the zoning and the, you know, basically what they built right now, what you see in this screen. Basically that's what they were discussing on getting everything approved to see what you see right now, before everything was done. It was really weird, the whole zoning process. But it's on YouTube. It's I'll have to look in my folder and see. Very interesting to watch it. It was about 2 hours. Very interesting though, how they kind of do their workings and stuff.
To be demolished as soon as they can possibly do it. What do they have to hide? We don't know. We really don't. In fact, this is the first time I've seen this picture, and I've been investigating this case for an entire year. I've looked on other real estate websites. I've consulted my original images that I downloaded.
Wait, what? This is the first time he's seen the fucking... No, it's not. Because this shit's been out for a long-ass time.
Where you like to hide a hidden door. is either
What?
within a bookshelf or behind a bookshelf. Now look at the big seam here. It looks like a big gap. The type of gap that you'd see on a door. Is this
Yeah, this picture's been out since the tour came out and they had the real photos go with it. I mean, you're talking January or February.
a doorknob? We
What?
don't know. There's only one way to find out, but I don't recommend anybody do it. The house is boarded up and it's going to be demolished as soon as they can possibly do it.
That can't be the first time
What
he's
do they
seen
have
it.
to hide?
That
We
can't
don't
be.
know. We really don't. In fact, this is the first time I've seen this picture, and I've been investigating this case for an entire year.
No way, dude.
I've looked on other real estate websites. I've consulted my original images that I downloaded when this crime happened. I can't find a trace of this image anywhere from this angle. The origins of this picture, I don't know. But
It's
the
on the
floors and
tour.
everything else do seem to match the authentic photos that we do have for the rest of the house. So this picture seemingly looks authentic to me. It's just super low resolution and has seemingly been wiped from all of the internet because I can't find a single trace of it. I certainly hope it's not a fake photo.
You can watch it on my damn episode from like, oh my gosh, now I'm on a mission because I'm going to find that damn episode where I fucking showed you guys. I'm on a mission now. I need to find that episode because I'm going to show you guys. Find episode of Secret Door. And I'm pretty sure it might be in the title. Oh my gosh, I'm going to find it. Yeah, because you can see that it's on the 11/22 tour. It's been on the 11/22 tour the whole time. The one that showed you where the footprint was at, and the one that showed you where the bodies were, and the one that showed you where the couch was, and the good vibe light sign was, and all of the different fixtures, where the beds were. Like, that's crazy. This is the first time he's ever seen this?
If any of you out there have a higher resolution picture of this, I'd love to have it. Please.
Shit, I'll go to my fucking... I need to find this video because I have a damn video of me walking through it and showing it and zooming in on it and talking about it. Like, what the hell? Shit, I need to find that damn video now. Shit.
Email me, link down below.
Help me out, everybody. Look for the old video. 0305. Okay.
I do receive a lot of tips in this case. My inbox is always filled to the max. I can't always get back to everybody. Thank you for understanding. And I don't think I said it, but if this photo is authentic, like I think it is, and that is a doorknob in the wall, that would lead right back to this hill, the mysterious mound behind the house, right where I speculated that there may be a secret basement. And don't act like basements are so rare or uncommon or unheard of. Lots of houses have basements. I think basements are probably more common.
Miranda, that's not nice, man. Even if you don't agree or you do or you don't, it's not cool. Not cool, Miranda, please. It's about peace, positivity, and progress.
Than uncommon. But either way, if it's all authentic...
Yeah, it's when we were talking basements and attics and gosh, it had to be, because hell, we were doing that tour at the beginning of the year. When we really went into it, it had to be like March. Around March. When we really looked into, like, because it had been, it'd been known before. Hell, there was people that actually reached out to me about it. That's the only reason I noticed it, and I went to look for it, and it was there. Shout out community. Yeah, it's got to be March, somewhere around there, somewhere around there.
And this is legit. I'm going to say that this picture with the doorknob is a boom. And that's not even the access point that I found that is on a different house that I'm going to show you in my next episode if I'm able to. A lot of this stuff is really starting to take its toll on me. It's really starting to scare me. Like, how about the Delphi, Indiana case? That case is intensifying. It's getting super serious.
Yeah, try and go there, dude. Like me. And get the threats you got, buddy. And then tell me if it's fucking scary.
Apparently, somebody formerly with the defense team just
Uh,
deleted themselves from life forever. Super sus timing. My spidey senses went up immediately and thought maybe he didn't do it to himself. Because I know that the bad people in this world oftentimes make it look like you did it to yourself, even if
Yep.
you didn't.
And that's why I want to say to everybody out there, that is not something of who I am, what I would do to myself. I just want to let that be clear. That is not something I would ever do to myself, period. Because people do shit like this. And I'll rewind it. But I'm going to make myself very, very clear. I would never do that to myself. No ifs, ands, or buts. Period. Period. I want that known.
Super serious. Apparently, somebody formerly with the defense team just deleted themselves from life forever. Super sus timing. My spidey senses went up immediately and thought maybe he didn't do it to himself. Because I know that the bad people in this world oftentimes make it look like you did it to yourself, even if you didn't. There's been a lot of strange, mysterious passing aways over the very recent years, and they never seem to be properly investigated. They're always just ruled the S word. Yeah. Was this the cult trying to send a message to the defense team to back off? Stop the investigation. Your client's guilty. Leave us alone. I think there's a good chance of it because a lot of these cult members are former military. They are trained KILLERs. Thank you so much for serving. However, a lot of them can be super dangerous. And they do join these cults. Some of them, not all of them, but some of them are on YouTube bragging about their military affiliations. Some people that are specifically named within the Delphi court documents. And a reminder, it's not just the defense making up these claims. The original investigators on this case honed in on exactly who allegedly committed this crime. The higher-ups told them, no, stop the investigation. Do not investigate the Odins. I wonder why they wanted the investigation to steer clear of the Odins. It really kind of makes you wonder, who's in this Odin cult anyways? How high up the chain of command does it really go? I've been told it goes up really high. But this case is really starting to scare me, and I may not be able to properly investigate it because I don't really want to be passed away just yet. I don't really fear it, but there's still a lot of good things that I want to do and accomplish on this planet before that happens. So hopefully it happens a little later instead of sooner, but you never really know in this life. So I'm just going to make the best of each and every single day. A lot of you continue to send me good prayers and good energy, and I super do appreciate that. I really do. Some people get confused watching this show. They're not sure what to think of me or my appearance, but never judge a book by its cover. I have good intentions. I'm in the pursuit of truth, and I really do care about the victims. And 99.9% of my viewers know that, respect that, and appreciate that, and support me to the fullest. Whether you're a member, a Patreon, or just a good-hearted, good person that leaves friendly, nice comments. And I have a lot of nice silent viewers too that I've never even heard from. So shout out to you too. Now, moving right along and totally off topic, but what do you think I should be for Halloween? Robin from Batman, the Hamburglar, or Zorro? Let me know down in the comments below. If you think all of those ideas are bad, you can let me know too. I'm open to suggestions. Maybe I could be a Ninja Turtle again. I don't know. I'm open to different considerations. I'm just brainstorming right now.
I want to be a
and
Ninja Turtle.
I'd love to hear the audience's input, which means
I want to be a Ninja Turtle. And I got a surprise for you guys when it comes to Halloween. I got my mask a couple days ago. The person, okay. So we talked earlier today, and I made a highlight video. I just never posted it yet. It was a highlight video of when we talked about the Delphi stuff. Okay. We had a show earlier today. We talked about Delphi, mostly a little bit Idaho4. The first 3 hours was about Delphi. When I first got into Delphi, I read a Fox 59 article that talked about the stuff that got leaked. And the stuff that got leaked were photos of the crime scene, not just the scene around, but the whole scene, if you know what I'm saying. The whole scene. And they released this information to 50 social media platformers. And this person that was supposedly involved with the leak of this information supposedly self-unalived themselves. Now, what he was saying is, and it's true, you can go back years and years. There's plenty of cases. The one that sticks out to me the most is Gary Webb. Labeled as self-unalive, but somehow was able to hit himself twice. Sometimes people that have an agenda will make things look a certain way. You know what I'm saying? That's why I said I want everybody to understand that I will never be somebody that would get to that point. I would know to reach out for help. I would know the steps that I would need to take. You know what I'm saying? So I want everybody, I want to be totally clear on camera, voice, everything. That's not something that I would ever do. So it's on record. It's on record. All right. Let me see here. This stuff is dangerous, everybody. The stuff is dangerous. It's not just grabbing your fucking gear and going somewhere and you just get to go fucking explore. There's a lot of stuff. There's a lot of things when you're out there. There's a lot of things that you get exposed to that, you know, certainly I wouldn't share. You know what I'm saying? Because we're a show. Well, I'm not going to try and, there's no reason for it. But it's not a joke. This shit's serious. You know, these are true crimes. This shit is no joke. That's why it takes only certain individuals can do this stuff. Only certain individuals have the courage. Only certain individuals can lace the shit up and do it. And if you can do it, then you should do it, you know? Because it's not about you, it's about the victims, it's about the justice, it's about the right thing. And that's what the most important thing is, more important than you yourself. Because I could easily be sitting on my ass, not talking about any of this shit. I could be talking about sports. I could be talking about all sorts of, I could be doing plenty of other things with my time. But I'm on 2 times a day talking about justice for victims, trying to keep a conversation going, trying to make sense out of things that don't make sense. I don't know these people personally. I don't know any of these people personally. But what I do know is the right thing. And I know if I'm put in a position to be able to do this stuff, then it's my duty and my job to fucking do it. Because I could be at home serving myself. What do you get for that? You get a life of relaxation. When there's people out there, like the cases that we talk about, that are suffering like crazy, while I would just be sitting at home serving myself. That's not who I am. Hell, I barely even get any free time, yo. When I'm not doing my shows, I'm working on my show. And this is all about others. That's why it's important. I don't know about the prosecution. I'd be worried about the defense. I'm wondering if the trial's going to get pushed. I'm wondering if the defense is going to get booted and they're going to have to find a new one to represent RA. Not to mention the fact that stuff was released with names and accusations, a lot of them with details of the crime scene, and then photos of the actual victims and the crime scene were released to the general public. Not only how can you trust anybody that does that, how can you trust them in the future, and how can you trust that this shit isn't going to happen again? You know, as much as you want to win for your client, there's ethics with this shit. It's about the victims, and this stunt was not about the victims. It was not about justice. It was not about the right thing happening. It was all about serving oneself. Because I don't know how anybody gets to the conclusion where they even think, even before they even attach those documents to an email, they think about it in the first place, and then they come to a decision on if they're going to do it or not. You can say the shit was premeditated. You could say it was premeditated. You had to think of the idea first, then you had to tell yourself, yeah, it's okay. Then you had to do it. Then after you loaded them, then you had to make the decision to click the send button. You had to make the decision every single time you put somebody's email address in there, one of the 50, before you even hit that button. It's messed up, yo. I don't get it. There's so many people out there that are on this platform or other platforms that just serve themselves, and they pretend like they're about the victims, and they pretend like they're about the justice, and they pretend that they work their fucking ass off. And then they talk shit because I'm really about it. I'm sorry you're scared. I'm sorry you know I'm really about what the hell I say I'm about. Because when they get to know me, they see the 150. They're like, damn, yo. And instead of coming along, it's like jealousy. When I'm just about that community, I'm just about doing it together, because I already know when we're a transformer, it's like I was saying earlier, if people took all this negative shit that they're doing and turned it into a positive, can you imagine the tidal wave force that we could be when it comes to justice for the victims in these cases? And not only that, but then what the tidal wave would do in the future, making all of these people that are corrupt double check their shit, double check their own ass, because they know the tidal force is there. The transformer shit. You know, we could all try and do shit on our own. It's not possible. No one is strong enough to do all of it on their own. It takes a community. It takes people working together. It takes people rowing that boat in the same direction to fight through those tough waters that are coming against you. Thank you for the sub, Beverly. I appreciate that. I appreciate all you guys too. My stomach. Okay, let me see here. I'm gonna get into one more video. This is Harsh. Shout out Harsh, man. Appreciate him. It's about Xana's mom, and I want to hear what he has to say. We went through and read those Facebook messages. How can you not agree if that really is her? Which I think it is. I'm not at the water cooler, so I don't know, but I feel like it is. And I totally feel, and it's kind of like the stuff that we're talking. Why is everybody so quiet? Why? Why is the fraternity so quiet? Why is everybody so quiet? Why? All right, we're going to get into this episode real quick, and then we're going to start getting back into the old stuff. I apologize in advance. My stomach's not getting better. I apologize if it don't end up being a long show. But we got all the time in the world to get all this knocked out. So I appreciate you. We'll be in Delphi Thursday for the court hearing, and we'll be taking you around. I'll be getting some more footage for you guys, some better footage this time. And then we're gonna have a show Thursday night on Delphi after my trip, after I get back. So appreciate you guys for hanging out tonight. Thank you so much. And we'll get into this next video where Harsh is talking about Xana's mom.
Where's everyone? I hope you're all well. This is like a bonus. It's a bonus video. It's unscripted, unplanned, and yeah, it's one that I thought this can't wait. This really cannot wait. And because you guys are amazing.
What's with the sepia tone, bro? Is this like a... What is this, like a 1800s? What the fuck? What's with the sepia tone, dude? Where's the shotgun in the fucking little snazzy suit with the top hat, the fedora?
I'm bringing it to you. But there's rumor that none other than Cara Northington is
sepia.
speaking out. That's right. For those of you who don't know who Cara Northington is, that is the mum of Xana Kernodle. She is the mum who has recently been incarcerated. It would seem that she has been released. She has a Facebook profile. It's a profile that I've been following for some time. And yes, it's started to become active. Now, we know that she was incarcerated. She was done for 2 counts of possession of a controlled substance, and she did spend some time inside. Now, it would appear that she obtained help while she was in there. She knew that she needed some mental rehabilitation, not only for the issues that she has suffered with regards to her narcotics issues, but obviously also what happened with regards to Xana. And what can I say? Obviously, we do have to take things with a pinch of salt, but I will say this is an account that I've followed for some time. It looks authentic, and the messages and what she is talking about seem also authentic. Now, what she is specifically talking about, she's specifically talking about some of the things around this case that she finds quite odd. The only thing that makes me skeptical and makes me wonder whether this could potentially be someone who's got into the account and using the account, who knows, is the fact that some of the things that she's saying
Interesting.
are things that I would imagine somebody watching this case would question. And perhaps not so much
which is why I thought, okay, I'm okay.
Family member would have the balls to come out and say it. But we have seen with Steve Gonsalves that he's got some balls and he will come out and say things as he sees. But he is, in some cases, reserved as well. And let's not forget that there is a gag order in place that seemingly stretches out to a certain degree to the family. So they are limited in what they can talk about. They can talk about their feelings. This is something that Cara Northington has said herself, that there is a gag order in place, so they are restricted, but they are able to talk about their feelings, how they feel about it, you know, their experiences, but they can't talk about the case itself and what is going on with the case. But the main point that she is talking about, she seems to be focusing around 2 elements of this case. One being the fight that happened between Ethan and Loach, which there has been some chat about this fight and steroid use, etc., etc. And there was a fight that seemingly it is said that Xana broke up. And she's also fixated upon the grub truck situation. She's not pointing the fingers at anybody. She is not saying that any of these elements have anything to do with it, but she is saying and talking about that she finds it weird that nobody is coming forward and saying that they had interactions with any of the victims on this night. And I do find that quite weird. I don't know how you guys feel about it. Let me know down below. But it is almost like everybody just slipped off grid. You know, social media stopped. They're hanging about with one another stopped. The surviving members don't hang about with the people who they hung about with in Moscow, Idaho anymore. They left the area. They went again off grid. And, you know, we've heard about Dylan Mortensen sitting at home playing video games, so on and so forth. But bear in mind, right early doors, they were out and about. They were having tattoos done and seemed to be quite social. All that come to an abrupt halt. And Cara Northington is pointing the fingers and saying, look, I'm not saying that these are things that are anything to do with the case, but I do feel that some of these things need to be answered. And what I find quite interesting, and when I think about this, and you think about, okay, so there was a fight at this Sigma Chi party between Ethan and Loach, and then Xana split this fight up. And you pair that with Steve Gonsalves saying that they didn't have to go upstairs. And I know this is something that we have touched on previously, but that I can't help but that makes me feel that Steve Gonsalves felt that Xana and Ethan were the first people to be attacked in that property.
Right.
And then the person who did.
That's what I was saying last night, right? That's what I'm saying last night. Like when I'm trying to explain that, and I'm saying Steve said they didn't even have to go upstairs. I'm talking about the stuff that took place at the Sigma Chi party. I'm talking about the stuff that took place after that, and how it just makes sense. You put that together with Steve's statement that they didn't even have to go upstairs. Like, what else do you need? Your motive is right there. Your motive is at Sigma Chi, but had to be before that, or it reached a boiling point. And I wonder if the party the night before was the reason it reached the frickin' boiling point. They were probably ready to commit the crime already from the night before. That's when they had made the decision they were going to finally do it. The next night, which was the night of the party, I'm going to go start some shit because I want to have all of this. It took a lot of rage, guys. It took a lot of rage. And maybe it reached the boiling point the night before. But the shit that happened at the party elevated it enough, and in current real time, it makes me wonder if they instigated it on purpose so they could get themselves to that level. Did they start this shit on purpose at Sigma Chi in the remainder of the night so they would have that amount of rage inside of them? Instigated it. Already made the decision the night before. Instigated it to make sure. I don't know. They didn't have to, but they did. I don't know what that means. Last one on the plane.
Did this, then went from downstairs upstairs. And I just can't get my head around it. I can't get my head round that statement being made and what Steve Gonsalves was seemingly...
Something happened the night before. Something happened the night before. This shit didn't pop off because of Sigma Chi. Sigma Chi event was the thing that took that rage to the level that it got to in order to commit that kind of crime. Because even if like the decision was made the night before, it's still going to come down. That's what makes me wonder if this person instigated the shit on purpose so it got to that level because they already made the decision to do what they were going to do the night before. It's like when I get into a fight, right? When I get into a fight with somebody, it's always been this way since I was a kid. I always, when I'm the first one that gets hit, I come at you with like 5 times more of a force. I don't know why. I don't know why. It's something about getting hit first that turns me into a motherfucking hurricane. Other way around, I'm chill as fuck. I'm chill as fuck. I'm trying to tone shit down. I'm the one trying to be like, yo. But then once I get hit, then it's a completely different fucking story. I'm on a fucking hurricane. And that's why I'm saying maybe this person instigated this shit on purpose to get to that level. Because I know I don't get to that level unless I'm hit. And then I'm just like, woo. What the fuck, dude? Get the fuck out of here, you dumbass. You've typed in dumb shit for like fucking 10 minutes, and I was just giving you 150, but now you got 0. I already did, Brandy. Thank you. It's just, you got 5 comments, bro, and every single one of them you were being... Give me a break, dude. There's plenty other YouTube channels out there that you can watch. I don't know what's... I think it went from Sigma Chi. I think it went from Sigma Chi and went to other places. That's why we don't know from 9 p.m. to 1:45 a.m. That's why we don't know. Yeah, come in here typing that dumbass shit, man. Come on, man. There's a billion channels out there, bro. Go enjoy one of the other ones. I ain't got time
alluding
for that
to
shit.
by saying it. Please let me know if you feel there's a better explanation, because Steve hasn't come out. He must see videos that are questioning why he said it, and he hasn't come up and clarified it. And, even though he doesn't owe us an explanation, I get it.
And there's a couple other ones that are typing some dumb shit in here tonight, too. So if you want to be cool, then be cool. You want to keep typing dumb shit, you're going to get the same. And I protect my community. That's what it's about. And we don't need your shit. So you can either stop and be cool, or you can just be gone. It's one or the other.
Get that. And, he's got the right to say what he wants, and maybe things have changed since then. But again, that statement just stuck with me, and it's always made me feel that Xana and Ethan had been first, and he felt that after that attack, the person could have simply left. Now, did Steve Gonsalves know something about this fight, and had Steve Gonsalves initially felt that was something to do with it? We may never know. But like I say, Cara is speaking out. She seems to be compos mentis in the fact that she can have a discussion and she seems normal. Again, I can't 100% say that this is accurate, but what I can say is it seems accurate. The account that...
That's what I was saying when I read it. Like, it seems accurate. It seems authentic. It seems to me like it's the same questions that we're asking, the same approach that we're approaching it with, the same kind of, what the hell, right? I totally feel that way too. It sounded like he didn't at first, but now it sounds like he does. So that, they probably know. They just don't want to say nothing. Because it doesn't fit the BK narrative, just like BF's statement. That's why it's not in the PCA. Think about it. If you had 2 statements of BK, would you not want that in the PCA? Let's be honest. Let's be honest. Would you not want that in the PCA? Of course. Of course you would. Because it just makes it even stronger. Because the last thing you want to do is have every piece of that PCA get broke down to where something, it could be taken out, it could be taken out, it could be taken out. If it gets broke down, the last thing you want to do is have nothing in the PCA that justifies what the hell you did after the PCA. So the last thing you want to do is have something in the PCA that doesn't stick. So if you have two statements of BK, damn straight you want those in the PCA. Because the last thing you want is any one of those to not stick. So you're going to have shit that sticks. You would hope. Slowly. Slowly. All right, give me 1 second here. There was one other thing I wanted to get through. This was sent to me on Twitter. I don't know who they are. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second here. And they did find the that lady Amanda Webster. The lady, the missing Indiana woman that went to Puerto Rico on a solo trip. They did find her body and it was confirmed as her, unfortunately. This is an interesting video. This was from a few days ago. Okay. I'm going to share it with you guys. This is from a few days ago. And just keep in mind, this is a channel that only has a couple hundred subs. They just created their channel literally 6 days ago. They have one video and it has 11,000 views. Okay? Because the same thing happened when it came to Linda Lane and other things as such. But this is an interesting, and it's an artistic video. It's an interesting video. I'm going to share it with you guys. It's definitely artistic. But I'm going to share it with you guys real quick. We're going to check this out. And then we're going to get into an article. And then after that, we're going to kind of watch some of the old shit too. Because this is all fresh notes. So here is the video. Give me 1 second. And here's the channel.
November 12th, 2022, 9 p.m. Approximately 7 hours before the killings, Xana Kernodle and her boyfriend Ethan Chapin are at the Sigma Chi fraternity house, University of Idaho. It's just a 5-minute walk from Xana's off-campus residence at 1122 King Road, Moscow.
Oh, come on, YouTube. Hold on. It was doing this earlier. Hold on. Let me rewind it. And let me go full screen for you guys, too. Give me 1 second. I'll go full screen so you guys can see the whole thing. Come on, StreamYard. You can do it. Yeah, I think I need to cancel this $50 a month StreamYard plan that I activated. Waste of money. All right, here we go.
November 12th, 2022, 9 p.m. Approximately 7 hours before the killings, Xana Kernodle and her boyfriend Ethan Chapin are at the Sigma Chi fraternity house, University of Idaho. It's just a 5-minute walk from Xana's off-campus residence at 1122 King Road, Moscow.
Dude,
Just a
what is
few
going
hours
on?
later, this
Okay, I don't know why it's doing this. Okay, hold on one second. I really need to look into, like, I don't know. It's all of my other connections are fine. It's just YouTube, and I don't understand why it's doing this. Give me 1 second. I'm going to switch to something here. I'm going to go to my mobile hotspot and see if that helps. All right, try it again.
November 12th, 2022, 9 p.m. Approximately 7 hours before the killings, Xana Kernodle and her boyfriend Ethan Chapin are at the Sigma Chi fraternity house, University of Idaho. It's just a 5-minute walk from Xana's off-campus residence at 1122 King Road, Moscow. Just a few hours later,
Oh my gosh, what is going on?
this house would turn into a crime scene. Meanwhile,
I don't know what the hell's going on. I mean, I got freaking solid connection here. I don't know why YouTube's doing this. It even has, like, you know how it has like the grayed out part that's already loaded into your YouTube, so even if your internet gets cut off, it still continues until the gray spot, you know? It's got plenty of gray too. I don't understand why it's even. And right now it's on pause. It was doing this stuff this morning. It was doing this stuff this morning. What the heck? I apologize, everybody. Hold on. Give me 1 moment. It's literally on pause and it's buffering. When does it buffer on pause? I'll be back. I'm going to close out of my StreamYard and I'm just going to open up a new one. Maybe that'll help YouTube. I'm not sure. Give me 1 moment. All right. So hopefully this works. Give me 1 second. All right. We're going to try this again. You know what? I'm going to open up a new screen share too. I apologize about this, everybody. Just 1 moment here. All right, that should be good. All right. Okay, let's try this again. Thank you for your patience. All right, here we go.
November 12th, 2022, 9 p.m. Approximately 7 hours before the killings, Xana Kernodle and her boyfriend Ethan Chapin are at the Sigma Chi Fraternity House, University of Idaho. It's just a 5-minute walk from Xana's off-campus residence at 1122 King Road, Moscow. Just a few hours later, this house would turn into a crime scene. Meanwhile, the other two victims, Madison Mogan and Kaylee Goncalves, are about 1.5 miles away at a local bar called the Corner Club, located at 202 N Main Street around 10 p.m. At around 1:30 a.m., they both decide to leave the Corner Club and head to a local food vendor called the Grub Truck at 318 South Main Street. They can be seen on a live stream on Twitch run by the food truck around 1:40 a.m. This footage is approximately 2 hours and 20 minutes before the event. After spending about 10 minutes there, they take a ride back home and reach the King Road residence around 1:56 in the morning. Xana and Ethan arrived just a few minutes earlier, around 1:45 a.m. About 10 miles away from the King Road residence, and nearly an hour later, police suspect Brian Koberger was observed on Washington State University surveillance cameras, traveling north on Southeast Nevada Street at 2:44 in the morning, about 1 hour and 15 minutes before the event. His phone stops reporting to the network at 2:47 a.m. Around 6 minutes later, he is seen traveling south towards State Route 270.
Very artistic. Very
He is then
artistic.
spotted on the 700 block of Indian Hills Drive in Moscow at approximately 3:26 a.m., nearly 40 minutes before the event. 2 minutes later, he is seen on Steiner Avenue, just a mile away from the King Road residence. 3:29 a.m. Brian Koberger enters the King Road neighborhood, but he does not enter the King Road residence until around 4:04 a.m. Instead, he makes 3 initial passes around the King Road residence and then leaves via Walenta Drive. It's uncertain where he went from this point, but a car similar to the suspect's car is spotted by the mobile gas station camera around 3:45 a.m. Although the police collected footage from the gas station, but there is no mention of such footage in the affidavit released by the authorities. 4 a.m., back at the King Road residence, just minutes before being killed, Xana Kernodle receives a DoorDash delivery. 4:04 a.m. 4 minutes later, Brian Koberger enters the King Road neighborhood for the 4th time. He turns east onto Queen Road, but upon failing to park, he turns around and heads west towards the intersection, where he completes a 3-point turn and parks somewhere in this area. Around this time, the suspect enters the King Road residence through a ground-level sliding door on the 2nd floor. He takes the stairs to the 3rd floor, goes down the hall, and checks Kaylee's bedroom, where he finds Kaylee's dog. The surviving roommate, Dylan Mortensen, on the 2nd floor, is awoken by what sounds like Kaylee Goncalves playing with her dog on the 3rd floor. Just a while later, she hears what she thinks is Kaylee Goncalves saying, quote, "There is someone here." Dylan looks out of her room but does not see anything. Around this time, the suspect goes to Madison's bedroom and kills her and Kaylee with a knife. "4:12 a.m. At this moment, Xana Kernodle is possibly awake, as her cell phone records show she was using TikTok around the same time. The suspect goes downstairs and enters Xana's bedroom. Around this moment, Dylan Mortensen hears crying coming from Xana Kernodle's room. She also hears a male voice saying something to the effect of, quote, "It's okay. I'm going to help you." Dylan opens her door for the 2nd time but does not see anything. 4:17 a.m. A security camera less than 50 feet away from the west wall of Kernodle's bedroom picks up distorted audio of what sounds like a whimper, followed by a loud...
All right. It's not 50 feet. But that's like we were saying the last few shows. This is supposedly the audio, right? But when you do a comparison of even the back corner to the front porch, that's the back corner. That's not even the room. Okay, that's the back corner. Let me redo it here. We'll get it zoomed in. Back corner, right? We'll go back corner to the camera, 65 feet. Thank you, Brandywine. Appreciate that. $65 feet. So if you go, we'll say sliding glass door. We'll go window. Window. Ring camera. 65 feet. You go from screen door, 92 feet. Now I don't understand, and I'll just go in between. I don't understand how audio can go from here to here to here and pick up a whimper and a thud. A whimper and a thud. If it does pick up a whimper and a thud, then it would be picking up a hell of a lot more. And you can't tell me that the roommates didn't hear shit. All right, back to this video. Don't do this, YouTube. Come on.
Loud thud. Xana and Ethan are most likely killed around this time. Dylan Mortensen opens her bedroom door for the third time, and this time she sees a man dressed in black, wearing a mask, walking towards her. She stands frozen in shock as he walks past her and leaves through the kitchen's sliding window. After seeing this man, she locks herself in her room. She does not recognize the man, but later describes him as tall, around 5'10", not very muscular, and with bushy eyebrows. However, she does not call the police at that time. 4:20 a.m. The suspect goes back to his car and leaves the crime scene at a high rate of speed via Walenta Drive. But this is not the end of his journey. Approximately 3 hours and 30 minutes after getting back to his residence, Steptoe Village Apartments, Kohberger goes to the crime scene again. According to cell phone records, at 9 a.m. on the very same day, Kohberger leaves his apartment. 12 minutes later, he is back at the King Road residence. His phone utilizes the cellular resources that provide coverage to the King Road residence for another 9 minutes before he returns to his place at 9:32 a.m. Sometime later in the morning, the two surviving roommates call friends to the home, thinking that one of their roommates has probably passed out and isn't waking up. Eventually, they call the police, nearly 8 hours after the event. 11:58 a.m. Police respond to the 911 call reporting an unconscious person and soon find the bodies of 4 students stabbed to death. On a bed next to Madison Mogan, police find a leather knife sheath with a single source of DNA. That DNA is run through the law enforcement database, but no matches are found.
What's up, Kevin? You working tonight,
Investigators
buddy?
then turn to genetic genealogy to acquire a family tree with the help of the FBI. Meanwhile, investigators continue to search for leads. They find a suspicious white Hyundai Elantra caught on camera around the crime scene at the time of the event. On November 25th, police ask other law enforcement agencies to look out for white Hyundai Elantras. 4 days later, on November 29th, Washington State University Police researches any white Elantras registered on the campus and find a 2015 white Elantra registered to Brian Kohberger. 30 minutes later, a WSU officer finds a 2015 Elantra at 1630 NE Valley Road. Upon running the plates, he comes up with driver's license information showing Brian Kohberger, a 6-foot, 185-pound white male with bushy eyebrows. This description closely matches the description given by the surviving roommate, Dylan Mortensen, who saw him walking past her, leaving the crime scene. Meanwhile, by using genetic genealogy, the FBI comes up with the same suspect, Brian Kohberger, a 28-year-old criminology graduate and a PhD student at Washington State University. To test the DNA, police recover trash from Kohberger's family in Pennsylvania on December 27th. The very next day, the Idaho State Laboratory identifies a male who cannot be excluded as the father of the person whose DNA was found on the knife sheath. On December 30th, the day of the arrest, the FBI and Pennsylvania State Police arrest Brian Kohberger in Pennsylvania.
That's a pretty interesting video. Very artistic. Now, I want to highlight somebody else here, a friend of the show, the architect. He made a video a long time ago, and I want to highlight that one too. He made a video a long time ago, a cool version of it with Google Earth as well. So I'm going to share that as well since we are on this part, and then I'm gonna show you the VIN number. Here's the architect on Twitter. Definitely go follow over there on Twitter. Let me switch this real quick. And this is the architect on YouTube. His YouTube channel. Give me 1 second. All right, here's his channel for YouTube. All right, so there's that. Here's the YouTube link. And then here's his version. He did this a while ago, too. This was August 30th. And I gotta mute it because of the music. But it's a cool version of it. Shout out, architect. Google Earth is pretty cool. So this is basically like a kind of like a drone view in a way, but using Google Earth. Very artistic version as well. All the addresses of the locations where supposedly on surveillance. Very cool version of this. Shout out architect again. timestamps with each location. I'm surrounded by such talented individuals, and I'm surrounded by such amazing people in the community. I just want to say thank you to everybody that is involved with the show. It means the world to me. It's like you're flying a drone through the whole thing. It's pretty neat. Definitely go show Architect some love on the video. Again, here's the link again. And it was so cool of him too. Before he even posted it on YouTube, he gave me a copy of it to show on the show before he posted it to YouTube. Very, Very cool gesture from the architect. Appreciate him so much. And thank you, Caddy. Appreciate you and everybody else as well. I can't do it by myself. What's up, Cowboy? What's up, Crystal? This is a video that Architect did a while back showing like a drone type version of a flyover on Google Earth of the PCA timeline route with the locations and the timestamps. So we kind of watched an artistic version of what took place inside. This is the artistic version of what was taking place outside. Yes, we all have different theories about what happened because there's many possibilities that could have taken place. Very cool, like drone looking thing. Very cool. It's called BK's Alleged Whereabouts on 11/13/22. Timeline PCA. There's the link for the video. And shout out Architect also made this cool ass background music that you hear now. Ooh, that's interesting, Caddy. What's up, Kevin? So that is definitely go show some love on that video. Definitely deserves it. Very talented individual. Shout out, architect. All right. So I told you I was going to share this with you guys here. This is the VIN number right here. So it's a 2015 Hyundai Elantra 5. N is in Nancy, P is in Paul, D is in David, H is in Harry 4, A is in Apple, E is in Edward 6, F is in Frank, H is in Harry 57985 0. Or it's a 6. That's a 6. No. That's a 5. I believe that's a 5. Either 5 or a 6, but I believe it's a 5. Hold on, let me send it to myself. I wish I didn't have to do this, but it is what it is. So just give me a second here. Also, I will be on Silky Southern Tea's channel tomorrow morning. We're going to be having a paranormal show. So if you want to come hang out tomorrow morning, I'll be over there, Silky Southern Tea. But I'll be back tomorrow night doing my true crime. All right, let me get into this zoomed in version here I had to send to me. The second from the last number, it appears to me to be a 5. That's what it appears to me. So if you have Carfax, or if you want to look it up to see if that model has the black box feature, we went into the video earlier. It is on an upgraded package. Telepathy or whatever it's called. Whatever that dude, the expert, was saying, whatever that word was. The model that has the huge touch screen on it. No, second from last number. Before the 0. Before the 0, it's a 5 or a 6, but I'm thinking it's a 5. I'm thinking it's a 5. Because if you look at the top, it's more square, boxy looking, and not rounded and curved like the 6 is. So I'm thinking it's more of a 5. But there's that. I'm going to get into this article. Somebody sent me a very... Yeah, that's what I'm... What's up, Missy? It's a 5 or a 6, but I'm thinking it's a 5. Look at the top. Look at the top of the 5 and look at the top of the 6 and then look at the top of the 5/6. To me, it just makes me think of a 5. It could be a 6. It just makes me think it's a 5. Telemetry. Thank you, Jetta. Appreciate it. Right. Yes, that's what it is. What did I say? Telepathy or some shit? Yes, telemetry. Thank you. Appreciate you. Thanks for coming in. Cool icon photo, too. All right, so this is an article that was sent to me on Twitter. It's going to be a few-minute read. And they thought it was interesting with the not guilty verdict, right? Do what? I sent a picture to myself. I'm not sure what. Okay, so this is an article that was sent to me on Twitter. It says, "We may never know." I'm going to read this and then we're going to get into some of these other videos here for tonight. Thank you all for hanging out. I appreciate it. And if you haven't yet, please hit the like. It's the free way to help out. Also, leave a comment on the video too. That helps as well. On Thursday, this is from February 4th, 2017. Shoshone News Press. Weird. Okay, this is an article. Hold on. No, that's current. Okay. This is an article from February 4th, 2017. Let me get rid of me and put me at the top of the screen here. 1 second. Or we'll just do this. No, we won't. Here, let me just move me real quick. We'll just go right here. That way it's better when I'm reading documents. You guys can actually see them. All right, there we go. That's better. All right, it says on Thursday, a jury in Kootenai County sent shockwaves through the Silver Valley and surrounding areas when they handed down a not guilty verdict in the first-degree unaliving trial of Heather Crawford. Crawford was accused of unaliving 22-month-old, the daughter of her former boyfriend, in August of 2014. The trial was moved from Shoshone County to Kootenai County after, I can never get those right, after officials determined that they would not be able to field an impartial jury. The trial was moved from Shoshone County to Kootenai County after officials determined they would not be able to field an impartial jury. The trial began on January 11th, and after 16 days of being presented with evidence, testimony, and cross-examinations, the case was handed to the jury on Wednesday, February 1st. The verdict was presented to the court at 3:45 p.m. the next afternoon. The reaction from the public has been one of utter shock and surprise, as many felt as though the case was an open and closed affair. But unfortunately for the prosecution, it was far from such. Okay. I'm kind of seeing why I'm getting this article sent to me. Shoshone County Prosecuting Attorney Keisha Oxendine believes that despite the not guilty verdict, the state put forth a strong enough case, but the jurors never got their smoking gun. Oh, okay. Interesting. I felt as though the state put forth a strong case for conviction, Oxendine said. The state provided evidence of the COD through numerous experts and provided evidence on the defendant's motive, intent, and opportunity to commit this crime. Cases like these are often difficult decisions for juries, as our society portrays the courtroom as always having the rhetorical smoking gun in an unalive case. That wasn't the case here, and as many experts testified, that isn't the case in many of these cases. Former Shoshone County Sheriff Mitch Alexander, who was the sheriff at the time of the alleged crime, had believed the case was going to be difficult to try based on the lack of vital evidence, but Oxidine, though, thought that she had strong enough evidence to get the conviction. I chose to charge this case and take it forward because the case and evidence was strong, Oxidine stated. I was confident the right person had been charged in this crime, and I am still confident the right person was charged for this crime. A prosecutor does not back down from a case because it is difficult. Most of these cases are difficult, but that does not mean that you do not pursue it. Justice demands that a prosecutor seek justice no matter how difficult the case is. The case has always been about justice, and pursuing the case, no matter how difficult, was done in pursuit of justice. Last week, the prosecution was handed a huge blow to their case when one of their key witnesses, Crawford's ex-husband, went very bad Crawford in the prosecution. The state did not anticipate calling John Crawford as a witness in this case, and it was anticipated he would testify about alleged statements the defendant made to him before the arrest in the case. Oxidine said, however, circumstances beyond the state's control resulted in the inability to call him as a witness due to credibility issues that included a DUI arrest in Cooten County on the day of his anticipated testimony. Whoa! What? Brady Giglio, Idaho4, credibility of testimony. The prosecution thinks they have a case to convict. I see why this article was sent to me. Shout out to you. I'm going to go back to my Twitter and find out who sent it, and shout out to you. Thank you for sending this to me. Crawford Holland with. Okay, StreamYard. I'm not sure what happened to StreamYard there. StreamYard's having issues now. That's cool. No shit, Katrina. Is my StreamYard bugging? Because it's showing me that it's bugging, but it's been acting weird since I... paid for the... I'll tell you what. Give me 1 second. I'm just going on mode. mobile hotspot real quick. All right. Is it good now? Jeez. All right. Yeah, let me know. Katrina, do me a favor. Send me a screenshot, would you? Send me a screenshot. Sorry about that. Shit's bugging out over here. All right. I should have the connection thing fixed there. I need to get some kind of satellite internet or something. All right. What was I even saying? Shit. All right. Then, as Oxidine stated, Mr. Crawford then was charged with driving under the influence, driving without privileges, having an open container of alcohol in the vehicle, and leaving the scene of an accident, all of which occurred immediately following his departure from the Kootenai County Courthouse. What? Holy shit, bro. Holy shit, bro. You drove to the courthouse when you weren't supposed to be driving in the first place? You don't think they're gonna frickin' notice? What are you doing? The statement that Mr. Crawford was going to testify about was an alleged confession that on the night of Ezra's unaliving, Heather had caught Ezra attempting to one of her other children, and she proceeded to sit on her until she passed out. The evidence that was presented at this trial in this matter and the witness testimony that was presented formed that opinion that they still had enough evidence to convict. Despite Oxidine's strong beliefs on the case, Heather, Crawford's defense attorney, and Taylor still raised several very serious questions that went unfounded. And Taylor. Interesting. When asked if Taylor was surprised by Oxidine's choice to only pursue Crawford as a suspect, Taylor did not hold back. I was surprised. The investigation and attendant prosecution was directly solely at Heather, especially given all of the alternatives, Taylor replied. I am surprised there was no investigation of the victim's father or persons who may have retaliated against him for his role in the Dobson Pass unalivings. What? Though given the police investigators' quick decision to protect him and focus their efforts elsewhere, I probably should not be. Wilson was convicted on 2 counts of accessory to first-degree unaliving in 2009 as a result of the Dobson Pass unalivings in 2008. He was sentenced to the 5-year maximum penalty with 2 years fixed and other 3 interdiminate. Taylor also made mention of 2 other people being in the house that night. The first, a female who was there at the time that the first responders arrived following the 911 call. The second man who was in the home earlier that night but was unknown to other children in the house? What? What? I still cannot believe there was no real investigation into the identity of the adult female in the house described by the 2 first responders. The calm woman that was not Heather. Likewise, that no one tried to determine who the guy the other children saw in the house that night was and why he was never looked for, Taylor said. The police put the focus on Heather almost immediately. I wasn't shocked at the way the investigation focused only on her. It is incredibly vexing that the investigation ignored many leads that did not fit in their theory, focusing on Heather to the exclusion of all else. It was a thinly veiled attempt by the police investigators to, in their words, quote, break her and presumably to attempt to obtain a conviction by way of character assassination. These thoughts were cemented by Taylor's firm belief that the investigators were never completed and was surprised, at first, that a case she perceived as being poorly investigated was ever taken to trial. But her surprise went away when she started to believe that the real reason for the lack of investigation was because the prosecution had already made up their minds on who was guilty. This is not a case that was investigated fully or completely. No person should ever go through what Heather went through these last 2 years on such a poor and lacking investigation, Taylor said. Once I saw what was and was not part of the official investigation and began my work, I quickly learned that correcting lacking information and correcting misinformation did not matter to the police investigators. They had very they had very early on made up their mind to protect Hiram and prosecute Heather. It also seemed that they were putting a lot of pressure on the prosecutor to try the case and get a conviction that would validate their rush to judgment against Heather. Hiram Wilson does not believe he was protected in any way and that those thoughts were just part of a smokescreen put up by Taylor to achieve the reasonable doubt that they wanted. No, those are pretty valid freaking questions. And now I know why I was sent this article, because man, there's a lot of similarities. And look who is the defense attorney, y'all. AnneTaylor. The whole concept that I was being protected by my father, former Pinehurst Police Chief Rocky Wilson, was there from the beginning, Wilson said. The only consistent part of anyone's story in this is that I was sleeping. The timeline of events show that Crawford was on her phone all night, the last text leaving at 11:08 p.m. and exactly 1 hour later the 911 call was made. So that leaves 1 hour accounted for by her, but the whole time she has stated that I was asleep. Wilson's point was that despite the claims that he somehow was involved, Crawford's story kept changing except for one thing: Wilson being asleep. The stories were stories where she said that she dozed off but woke up to a breeze, or that she woke up because she heard one of her children make a sound, Wilson said. The whole time, though, I was always asleep because I was. Inconsistencies like these were part of why Wilson began to suspect that Crawford wasn't being truthful in what she was saying, but then Crawford began to make statements that really began to make him suspect that she herself was responsible. She kept saying that they're only going to think that I did it and we need to get an attorney, and I was of the idea that if you didn't do anything wrong, then you don't need an attorney, Wilson remarked. Then a few days later, she made the comment, on a bright note, we don't have to ever see her again, referring to Wilson's ex-wife, Naomi. That was when I broke it off with her, when she didn't want to be cooperative with the police, didn't want to release her phone, tried to erase everything from her phone, and began making comments like that. Wilson is still upset with the concept of Crawford's character being constantly protected in the courtroom, but as a witness, they were able to drag him through the mud, as Wilson's mother, Jennifer, put it. None of her prior history of child abuse was ever brought up. Her substance abuse, Wilson exclaimed, We couldn't say a thing about her character. My character, a past, was brought up and used against me, but hers wasn't allowed. I wasn't the one on trial for the crime. It wasn't fair. Alleged things like prior run-ins with law enforcement and child protective services were also inadmissible in court, according to Wilson, but he doesn't know or understand why. Why not? If it's involving a child, why wouldn't prior run-ins, especially with LE or child protective services, be admissible? That's interesting. There was a lot of evidence that wasn't used, Wilson said. There was evidence they had that I didn't even know about until the trial. Despite all the evidence that wasn't used, John Crawford's missed testimony and even false allegations that he was protected by relatives, the Wilson family believed that there was strong enough evidence presented to convict Crawford. Wilson was even able to shoot down the incorrect notion that Detective Charlie Greer, who was involved in both Wilson's 2009 case and this one, had been reported as Wilson's godfather. I never had met Charlie Greer until recently, Wilson said. He isn't my godfather. There is no relationship there. As the dust continues to settle, Wilson holds no ill will toward Oxidine or the prosecution team that failed to secure a guilty conviction. I think Keisha did everything she could and that her entire focus was getting justice for my daughter, Wilson said. She did everything she could. She worked until midnight some nights. I am thankful for the hard work she put in for my family. Unfortunately for the Wilson family, this is as far as the case can and will be pursued. Crawford cannot be tried again for the same crime under the double jeopardy rule, and the state doesn't have the right to appeal the decision to a higher court. Taylor did, however, express remorse for the passing of Ezra. Unfortunately, I believe we will never know what happened to Ezra, Taylor said. Oxendine echoed the sentiment that no one will ever know, but not in the same manner that Taylor did. Oxendine believes that a unaliver got away and that she will never know why the jury decided there wasn't enough evidence to convict Heather Lynn Crawford of the crime. The state does not intend to pursue another suspect because we are confident that the person that was charged is the person responsible for the crime. Oxidine says there is no evidence to suggest otherwise. The fact that a jury reaches a verdict of not guilty in a case simply means that the jury did not feel the evidence presented showed proof beyond a reasonable doubt. Juries can reach a not guilty verdict for a variety of reasons because the jury deliberations are strictly confidential. We may never know the reason behind why they reach the outcome. Are you frickin' serious? I can't believe I'm seeing what I'm seeing here. How am I seeing this? I don't understand it. You're gonna tell me that somebody You're gonna tell me that somebody doesn't get convicted? The state does not intend to pursue another suspect? Is that what they're gonna do with this one if BK gets off? We're not gonna pursue another suspect because we feel that. Wow, shout out to whoever sent me this article. We may never know. from 2017, Kootenai County, AnneTaylor. Wow. That's crazy, yo. I see why somebody sent me. I see why somebody sent that to me. Let me go to Twitter real quick and shout out. Oh, excuse me, my stomach. Holy shit. I think it. Hold on. This is a very interesting tweet as I went to Twitter here. Yeah, this is. Oh, holy shit. This is crazy. Whoever this storm is. Hold on 1 second. Whoever this. Okay. So this person right here followed me on Twitter right here and reached out to me and sent me this article that we just read. Okay? Whoever this Stormos is, thank you. I appreciate it. Look at this question that they have right here. Thank you. I appreciate it, Kid Kitty. Look at this question. Did you know that Moscow has medical amnesty that protects anyone who ODs or reports an OD from being prosecuted if they call emergency personnel? So is that why? Is that why we all have been wondering why this whole time that somebody was called in as an unconscious person? Because that's what's going to be released to protect? Stormos, whoever you are, thank you for the follow on Twitter. Thank you for shooting me this article. Thank you for. Wow, thank you. Whoever you are, not sure, Storm_OZ2023. Great article. Thank you for the tag. And damn, this is a great question. Is this why we've all wondered this whole time why the 911 call was called for an unconscious? Wow is right. Shout out Stormos. Thank you so much. Don't even know who you are. They just tagged me 10 hours ago in this video. Check this out. And we checked it out. And damn, I'm making a highlight out of that after the show too. Very interesting. Very interesting. Shout out Stormos. Let me go to the page so you know what the page looks like. And here is the link. And definitely go shoot them a follow. Shout out Stormos. Stormoz. Interesting information. Well, we weren't going into old stuff tonight. I'm kind of so-so. I'm not feeling too hot. The stomach. Let me see if there's anything breaking real quick. Give me 1 second here. Let's see if there's anything breaking going on real quick. And then let me see what else I got in the updated video section instead of since we kind of had a redirect. Give me 1 second. Yeah, good stuff. Definitely. I mean, that's the question right there. Where's it at? That right there. That right there. All right, let me see here. See if there's anything breaking. Oh, that's neat. They got a Las Vegas Sphere camera. That's pretty cool. People in Brussels. Let me see. I'm not seeing anything breaking. All right, let me go here. See if we got anything else, and then I'm gonna go into my folder, and then I'm gonna kind of decide if I'm gonna keep going tonight or just kind of get some rest and try to get to feel better. My stomach is, ever since I woke up, it's been just turning knots. Just give me one. I apologize. Like, I totally felt fine before I laid down for a nap, and then after I woke up from my nap, then after about 10 minutes of being up, it just, stomach started turning. Let me see here. So I might just end up doing some work behind the scenes, making some highlights. The store is up, by the way. I didn't have to make a new one. Here, let me share that link. The store is up. So let me share that real quick. I thought I was going to have to make a new one, but I didn't. So here's that. Here's the link. There you go. All right, I'm not seeing anything updated. Let me go to my folder. We'll see what we got. Brand new. And then we'll go from there. Let me see. Reasonable doubt. That's Delphi stuff. We'll end up talking Delphi tomorrow. Oh, there was something I wanted to hear. The murder sheet. We were talking about the murder sheet earlier. Let's get rid of this. We were talking about the murder sheet earlier. The podcast. Because we were talking about the Richard Allen stuff. And I didn't realize that they also did stuff on Idaho. How long is it? 44 minutes? I kind of wanted to hear what they had to say about the death penalty and the DNA. Yeah. Ginger ale? I have no ginger ale. No. I do not. Let me see here. Let's check out the Murder Sheet podcast. This is, let me see. Whoops. This is Murder Sheet podcast. Go sub to them. Put the link in chat there. Now, I've checked out their podcast a long time ago. We know somebody that's a friend of the show that is a friend of theirs. So I've, they're very smart individuals. I definitely trust their opinions. This is going to be them talking about. We came across this earlier as we were checking out stuff for the Richard Allen. And I saved this from earlier. This is talks about the University of Idaho crime and the death penalty and the DNA. And so I'm gonna have to check this out since I'm kind of not feeling good tummy wise. But I still want to hang out with you guys. I definitely don't want to bounce. So we can chill back and we can kind of conversate. And I'm gonna get some medicine as I kind of start this. And then I'll be hanging out with you guys as we listen to this. And then after this, I'll go ahead and end the episode. And then we'll be back tomorrow. So I appreciate you guys so much. Thanks for hanging out. I want to hear what they have to say. Very smart individuals. I appreciate them.
Know by now that we're all about the journey. June's journey, that is. Like, I feel this game was made for us specifically.
Oh, it's a sponsor or what?
The game is delightful and a wonderful
with folks who love a good mystery.
And a number of pretty big.
Speaking of, we got some really cool games. Choose your own adventure. If I do feel better, because I'm not going to be going to sleep anytime soon. If I do feel better later on, you might see me hop on the lounge and play some choose your own adventure or something, because that's fun. So whatever game, June's, whatever, where you look for, hey, let's come kick it at the lounge. We'll do our choose your own adventure game. It's a lot more fun.
Developments in the case against Brian Koberger, who of course is the man charged with brutally killing Kaylee Gonsalves, Madison Mogan, Ethan Chapin.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to put the graphic warning at the top right of the screen up here. Woo! Yeah, come on, switch it, StreamYard. Top right of the screen, I got the graphic warning up there. I'm not going to be playing the closed captioning, so that way if you want to, you can mute it if you possibly might be triggered. And then once the words are done, I'll end up taking that down. Top right, make sure you see up there if it says graphic, go ahead and mute it. You don't have to worry about leaving the show if you don't want to, because we're not going to be showing any words, and there's not going to be any video with it.
And Xana Kernodle. Namely, the two big developments that we want to talk about today include information around the DNA evidence in the case, as well as the prosecution's intent to seek the death penalty. My name is Anya Kane. I'm a journalist.
And I'm Kevin Greenlee. I'm an attorney.
We first connected while looking into the Burger Chef murders, an Indiana cold case. Together, we built a spreadsheet documenting hundreds of cases of restaurant-related homicides. That original spreadsheet gave way to our podcast, The Murder Sheet.
Now we maintain that same research-centric, investigative approach as we look into all sorts of homicides, including unsolved cases, historical crimes, and, of course, restaurant murders.
We don't just chat about the headlines. Our podcast is a platform for our journalism. The Murder Sheet focuses on investigative reporting, thoughtful analysis, thorough research, and in-depth interviews.
We're The Murder Sheet.
And this is the University of Idaho murders, the death penalty, and DNA. So, as we mentioned, there have been a lot of filings in this case throughout June. This has been a situation where both the prosecution and the defense have been quite busy making their filings, counter motions, whatnot. Now, one thing I want to note is that we're going to do a whole separate episode on the gag order that involves not only the defense and prosecution, but also the family of Kaylee Gonsalves and the media representatives who are covering this case. And that to me is a somewhat interesting issue given our own experience with the gag order in Delphi and just looking at gag orders in general. So I wanted to do just maybe put all that to the side now. We're not going to talk about that in this episode. That'll be its own thing. What we're going to do is kind of look at all the other stuff that's happened so far in Idaho recently since our last update. So one big thing that has come up is the use of investigative genetic genealogy.
So what does that mean? What is investigative genetic genealogy?
Well, I think a lot of our listeners who consume a lot of true crime media actually probably have a pretty good understanding of this. And I'm going to really dumb it down because I am not a scientist and this is just basically how I understand it. A DNA profile is collected related to a crime. And then that is uploaded onto a public site known as GEDmatch, where basically people upload their DNA profiles, oftentimes in an attempt to kind of build out their family trees or see, if they're an adoptee, see who they're related to biologically. It's all these different uses. And investigators look at the offender's profile and see if they can build out any relatives. And so if they're seeing, okay, second cousin, this is person, like based on the DNA results and the level of match here, we're seeing this person is a second cousin to our offender, most likely. And then they basically have to go back and build up a family tree using traditional genealogy resources in order to identify the offender. So it's basically what happens when they have this profile, but it doesn't match anyone in their system. And it's a great use of technology because it's led to the closing of quite a lot of cold cases that I'm sure we're all familiar with, like the Golden State Killer and whatnot. Prior to this, it would be somewhat difficult to identify somebody if they weren't already in the system. And this all underscores the fact that we know that Idaho is a DNA case.
And we know that, of course, because that was pretty clearly set out in the PCA, that some DNA, which was identified as Brian Kohlberger, was found on the sheath of a knife that was left at the crime scene.
Exactly. Now, maybe, Kevin, you can talk us through, different types of DNA at a scene in the sense that, like, what's super useful and what's perhaps less so.
I think one of the big things to consider in terms of DNA left at a scene is where exactly is this scene? Is it a place that is relatively private, that only a few people could be expected to access? Or is it a place where a lot of people come through? For instance, we've done a lot of restaurant crimes.
Yes.
A lot of restaurant murders. If you find some DNA on the front counter of a restaurant, that may not really help in identifying a killer because over the course of a day, hundreds of people likely go into the restaurant and touch that counter. Now, if on the other hand, to continue with the example of the restaurant murders, if you find some DNA on the safe in the manager's office, and it does not belong to the manager, well, you'd have to ask yourself, who else could have a reason to touch this safe? And so that becomes more interesting if the DNA belongs to someone who doesn't really have a reason to be there.
So context can help us sort out who it can be proven to have been in the house versus who can be linked to the murders.
Yes. I think it's also important to consider what the DNA is recovered from. Again, if I'm finding something on the counter of the restaurant, let's say I find a spoon on the counter of the restaurant. That's something that could have been left there by any number of customers. But let's say I find a gun on the counter of a restaurant, or a knife, or something that was actually definitely used in the commission of the crime. If the DNA is found on something that has no reason to be there other than to be used in the commission of a crime, that's also more significant.
Absolutely. So I think we're going to have to be keeping that in mind going forward, because one sort of, somewhat bombshell sounding revelation from some of these recent filings is that, and recent hearings, is that other male DNA was found, in the house, which of course is this crime scene. And the defense is going to be looking to that to be saying, hey, these other people who left this male DNA here may be the real offenders. Maybe our guy is innocent. And of course, the prosecution is likely going to be looking at it from the perspective of there's possibly other more innocent explanations for additional DNA being at a scene, especially when it's a college house where people could be in and out and, coming in to say hi. If someone, for example, takes a sip out of a drink, leaves that on the counter, and their DNA is in the saliva, and that person is proven to be in the house. Well, that tells us that he was in the house taking a drink. That could be significant. But it also seems highly significant about whose DNA is on the knife sheath used in the commission of the crime. So it's important to be open-minded, but I may be a little bit skeptical, I think.
Yes, and certainly we don't know about the lives of these students who were murdered because we didn't know them personally, but I think we've both been in college. We've both been in and out of houses at college where college students stay. I think they're frequently high traffic areas, people coming and going, even if it's just to pick up notes or something to help with class.
Yeah, it's exactly. And I think we've learned from some media reports in this case that, there were parties, there were different events going on at this house. It was not a situation where it would be described as someplace that nobody ever visited who was not, directly living there. Now, one way in the actual court filings that the investigative genetic genealogy is actually coming into play here is because of a disagreement between the prosecution and the defense. So here's what's going on. I'll be reading from a filing from the Latah County prosecuting attorney. This case arises from a quadruple homicide. Law enforcement found...
So I'm not really feeling great tonight, so I apologize. That's why I'm kind of chilling back right now. We were going through... What's up, everybody that's hopping in? We were going through some stuff earlier today when we were talking Delphi, and we came across this Murder Sheet podcast where they're discussing the death penalty and the DNA. And I appreciate their opinions. Oh, excuse me. I appreciate their opinions and their thoughts, and it's something that I didn't want to end the night yet. It's something I wanted to kind of check out with you guys and chill back. Oh, excuse me. Chill back and listen. Sorry. I don't want to burp on the mic. That's why I'm on mute. It's something I want to chill back and listen and hear what their opinions are on the death penalty and the DNA, since we're kind of chilling back tonight. And if I can feel better a little later, I might be hopping on the lounge for a little bit or something. I don't know. I might just go to bed. But I do need to put out 3 highlights after the show's over. So I do have a bunch of work after the show to do before I do get some rest. So look for a few highlights coming out overnight, or maybe early in the morning, because I might just set them to premiere at 6 in the morning or something, since I won't be on, but I'll be on Silky Southern Teas tomorrow, even if I don't feel good. Shout out Silky Southern Tea. I'm going to drop the link in chat. I'm going to be on her show in the morning discussing a paranormal show. It's going to be really cool. And then I will be back tomorrow night, whether I feel good or not, and we will be continuing Idaho4. And then we'll be on Delphi on Thursday. The whole day we'll be there on location, and then we'll be having a show Thursday night on Delphi, and then plenty more shows after that. Busy week, always is, but I love hanging out with you guys, and I appreciate your guys' support so much. It means everything to me, and it's the reason why I got the fuel that I got in order to keep giving you everything that I can give you. I appreciate you guys so much, and thank you all. All right, this is the Murder Sheet podcast talking about the death penalty and the DNA of the Idaho4. Yeah, I'm probably going to do a stream tomorrow after Silky's show. I'm probably going to hop on just for a couple hours and talk about a little bit of Delphi, and then a little bit about some of these other things that have come out today that we haven't got to because we're specifically on this case, but we'll get into that tomorrow. It'll just be like a daytime true crime couple hour thing, and then we'll have our Idaho4 episode tomorrow night. So thank you all for hanging out. I appreciate that. And we'll just move the part 2 to tomorrow night.
Found the DNA of a potential suspect at the crime scene, and the FBI submitted the DNA to one or more publicly available genetic genealogy services to determine potential relatives of the suspect. The FBI then used common genealogical techniques to develop a family tree leading to defendant. The state seeks to protect from disclosure the names and personal information of the hundreds of innocent relatives on the family tree, the names of the publicly available genetic genealogy services used, and certain other information described below. The disclosure of this information is not required by Rule 16 of the Idaho Criminal Rules and should be protected from disclosure for the good cause described below, including the state's privilege to protect the identity of informers as described in Idaho Rule of Evidence 509. So what's all this about? What's going on? My understanding, and Kevin, correct me if you have a different interpretation of this, is just that basically the defense wants to get basically the entire genetic genealogy tree that was put together based on Kohberger's DNA. And what the prosecutor wants to do with this protective order is basically ensure that like the names of random people who kind of came up in this through their work are not going to be like put out there to the world, essentially.
Right.
So like, you know, somebody who is so far away from Kohberger in terms of relation that they might not even know they're related.
Basically, the prosecution is taking the position is we don't want to drag people into this who only have a peripheral at best connection to this just because they happen to share some similarity in their DNA.
Now, specifically, what do they want to protect? Well, they got into that.
Specifically, the state seeks to protect the following information: the raw data related to the SNP profile and the underlying laboratory documentation related to the development of the profile, such as chain of custody forms, laboratory standard operating procedures, analysis notes, etc. All information related to IGG efforts in creating a family tree and identifying defendants' potential relatives, including the identities of the genetic genealogy services and the personally identifying information of defendants' relatives. The state does not seek to protect and has or will disclose the following information: a genotype kit report from the private lab utilized by the Idaho State Police, which documents that a DNA test was performed. Information related to the STR DNA analysis conducted using the DNA recovered from the K-bar knife sheath and the DNA recovered from defendant's parents' trash. Information related to the STR DNA analysis conducted using the DNA recovered from the K-bar knife sheath and the DNA recovered from defendant via a buccal swab.
We also get a whole lot more information about exactly what happened and how they tracked down the DNA match in this case. In this case, investigators used IGG to begin the process of developing a lead to the individual who left DNA on the K-bar knife sheath. The Idaho State Police utilized a private laboratory to develop an SNP profile from the DNA on the K-bar knife sheath. The private laboratory started using genetic genealogy to develop a family tree, but after law enforcement decided the FBI would take over, the private laboratory ceased its efforts and sent the SNP profile to the FBI. The FBI uploaded the SNP profile to one or more publicly available genetic genealogy services to identify possible family members of the suspect based on shared genetic data. The FBI could then view through the Genetic Genealogy Services portal information regarding potential relatives of the suspect who left DNA on the K-bar knife sheath. Based on information the FBI could see in the Genetic Genealogy Services portal, the FBI went to work building family trees of the genetic relatives to the suspect DNA left at the crime scene in an attempt to identify the contributor of the unknown DNA. The FBI built the family tree using the same tools and methods used by members of the public who wished to learn more about their ancestors. For example, the FBI consulted social media, viewed vital records such as birth and death certificates, and viewed other information already contained in the user portal for the Genetic Genealogy Service, including unverified information submitted by other users of the Genetic Genealogy Service. The FBI also consulted subscription-based databases available to law enforcement for information on individual people. The product of the genealogy conducted by the FBI was a family tree that contained the name, birth date, and death date, if applicable, of hundreds of relatives, as well as their familial connections between each other and the suspect, Brian C. Koberger. The FBI then sent to local law enforcement a tip to investigate defendant. So we're seeing behind the scenes how the FBI stepped in to really help spearhead the investigative genetic genealogy in this case. And obviously, it seems like it was
a really,
game changer.
Yeah, it really made a huge difference.
Yes. And we all know that, I think in this case, the DNA is going to be a pretty difficult hurdle for Koberger to overcome. There's been a lot made of his lack of connection with the victims in this case, right? That's something that his defense team is saying. He's not connected to these people. Why would he do it? But when you have DNA then on the knife sheath next to Madison Mogen's body, that's It's
difficult to explain that away. If you want a jury to acquit Koberger, you're going to have to come up with a compelling explanation for how exactly his DNA got on the knife sheath by her body. And I think that's a tough needle to thread.
And basically, the prosecutor is arguing for this protective order based on Idaho court rules, essentially. They're saying that the rule that is important here, Rule 16, does not require disclosure of investigative genetic genealogy information, and that the information that came out of this does not tend to negate guilt or reduce potential punishment. So it says it's basically not applicable for this rule. Here's actually an interesting nugget that I found within this document. First, the IGG information is not material to the preparation of the defense. Defendant is charged with killing 4 people, not with being related to a particular person. The mere fact that uploading the completed SMP profile into a publicly available genetic genealogy service led law enforcement to relatives of defendant does not affect the strength of the evidence against him. The strength of the evidence against defendant in terms of DNA evidence depends upon the confirmatory result from the STR DNA analysis between defendant's DNA profile and the DNA recovered from the K-bar knife sheath. As explained further below, the state intends to introduce the STR DNA analysis at trial and does not intend to enter any evidence pertaining to the development of an SMP profile or the tree building process for inculpatory purposes. So what I take them to be saying there is essentially, we're not even going to use this at trial. So the DNA evidence that's going to be used at trial is directly between him and what we found on the knife sheath. All this stuff with investigative genetic genealogy was a way for us to hone in on him and, was a way for us to kind of go all in on him and kind of identify him and start figuring that out. But it essentially is immaterial.
Yeah, and I can certainly understand that argument. It certainly makes some sense. But on the other hand, it's like when you do a math problem in school, the teacher always says, I want to see your work. And so what the defense
Yeah,
is doing
homework.
here is we just don't want to see the end result.
Right. I want to just, we've said it plenty of times too. Where's the homework? Where's the homework? Well, how can we produce something we just simply don't have, Your Honor? How can we produce something we simply don't have? Anything. Hell, it could have even been taken from a vehicle. You know what I'm saying? Was his car locked when they went up there? Was his car locked? Listen, that sheath literally had enough, like it could have been sitting on somebody's fucking sweater. He could have wore the sweater a couple days before, had it chilling in the car. The sheath could have been chilling on the sweater. They went up to the car. They look in the car. They say, "Oh shit!" Open up the car. Simple. Common Core math. I don't know about Common Core, Lindsay. I don't know about Common Core math. That's a good one.
Yeah, and I can certainly understand that.
I don't
argument.
know about that Common
It
Core
certainly
math
makes
either,
some
right?
sense, but on the other hand, it's like when you do a math problem in school, the teacher always says, "I want to see your work." And so what the defense is doing here is we just don't want to see the end results, these end results that you say prove our client guilty. We want to know each step of the way how you got those results. And even if this is work you're not going to show in court, certainly the results of that work you're going to show in court. And so that makes it worthy of examination. And I think.
No, what I'm saying, Jetta, is that the sheath could have been, it had enough DNA on it, like it was. We've heard experts say it could have literally been a sweater laying in the passenger seat and the sheath laying on the passenger seat. Like, that's how much DNA's on it, is like it from it, like literally touching a piece of clothing that was worn prior. So what I'm saying is who's saying it just wasn't acquired? And like Ann Taylor says, placed. Because they don't have the weapon. The injuries. We heard Steve say it earlier. Sorry, I'm not trying to burp. My stomach's tearing up here. Steve G even said about the injuries. A weapon that just wouldn't break. Professional. What does that sound like? It doesn't sound like a knife. He said it wasn't stabbing. So why is there even a K-bar sheath there? Right? That's why I think it was acquired, if it was.
I think that argument is also quite compelling.
Yeah,
what do you think?
I think it's compelling for the defense to say we want everything, and that even if you're not going to use it in court does not mean that, we should just kind of check it off or pass it over. Now, the defense did have a response to these motions around investigative genealogy. Oh, and I should also mention that in this portion is where they sort of drop the bombshell about additional male profiles. And this is, of course, Ann Taylor for the defense. The state has provided information related to this request for the seized item, the knife sheath only. The defense has requested all DNA profiles, including 3 additional unidentified male DNA profiles developed during the course of law enforcement investigation. This information has not been supplied. The state has not provided all emails, text messages, electronic messages, or other messages and conversations regarding biological testing in this investigation. This request has been partially complied with. The response lacks the full scope of the request 6 months before and 6 months after testing related to this investigation. Further information relating to all lab personnel has not been provided.
I think, as you indicate, that the biggest bombshell there is the presence of other DNA profiles. And obviously, these profiles could be absolutely meaningless in the effort to find out who's responsible for these crimes. A lot of people go in and out of these college houses. So there's many innocent explanations for how that DNA could get there. But at the same time, those DNA profiles could be absolutely crucial. I would be very interested in exactly where in the house were these DNA profiles recovered. Have they identified these people? I think it's very worthwhile for the defense to try to get answers to all of those questions. And if they do identify who those people are, ask them why exactly they were in the house.
If they haven't already, right?
Yes.
And yeah, it seems, definitely going to be something that the defense is going to play up and the prosecution is going to play down. Now, here's yet another argument from the defense around this subject of DNA. The state apparently thinks that they need not explain how they came to think that it was Mr. Kohberger's DNA on the sheath. Presumably, the defense is expected to accept at face value that the sheath had touched DNA just waiting for testing by all the FBI's myriad resources. Additionally, the defense is to guess whether the state focused its investigation on Mr. Kohberger via a bizarrely complex DNA tree experiment or through its faulty identification of the vehicle involved in this case. Perhaps unsurprisingly, Mr. Kohberger does not accept that his defense does not need this information. It rather obviously falls within the ambit of Rule 16b-4 and 5, a fact the state's briefing makes clear in its kitchen sink approach to their briefing. The state begins their argument claiming Rule 16 has no interest in IgG testing, and then ends their argument claiming that somehow people will stop sharing their genetics if they were to realize the government is watching. Both arguments must fail. To begin with, the state apparently only wants to prevent Mr. Kohberger from seeing how the IgG profile was created and how many other people the FBI chose to ignore during their investigation. In essence, the state argues that if the later STR testing is accurate, then there is no reason to concern ourselves with how the state came to investigate Mr. Kohberger. What the state's argument asks this court and Mr. Kohberger to assume is that the DNA on the sheath was placed there by Mr. Kohberger, and not someone else during an investigation that spans hundreds of members of law enforcement and apparently at least one lab the state refuses to name. So to me, it seems like they're sort of trying to raise the specter of, somebody planted his DNA there. Is that what you're reading?
I think they're just wanting to get all the details they can about how exactly these testing procedures were done and carried out. And I think that's reasonable. The odds are that it was all carried out in a scientifically acceptable and very careful fashion. But the defense would be derelict in their responsibilities to their client if they didn't take steps to confirm that every step of the way, in my opinion.
Makes sense. One thing that's been interesting is that, again, in media coverage of this case, you'll see a lot of headlines, defense claims no connection between Kohberger and the victims. And they're basically saying that the car and the DNA are weak evidence. But I think it would actually be a lot better for Kohberger if he had, been friends with somebody in the house and would have had a reason to leave his DNA there. That's just my opinion. Because it's easy if he's known to the people and he's hanging out there and they find some of his DNA somewhere, you could say, well, he was there all the time. He would have had a reason.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. If he doesn't know them, there's no innocent explanation for why he would be in that house.
Right. Unless we want to get into, frankly, conspiratorial territory where, you have some crime scene tech who's going around trying to frame random PhD students, which seems like a stretch.
Or if you want to go into, again, wild country, you could say that perhaps he gave his knife to someone for some innocent purpose in his mind, and that person wore gloves and used it in the commission of the crime.
Right. Which seems hard to fathom.
Either the DNA was planted there, which seems very unlikely, or Kohlberger was there. You have to have some sort of explanation for the DNA belonging to Kohlberger to be present if you want him to be acquitted.
So it just seemed very weird to me that they kept on hammering at that element of it, because it's like, that's the reason why this is so suspicious, is that his DNA is at the scene. It'd be a lot less suspicious if he was a boyfriend or a trusted friend who might have been there for some reason. Now, you know, one thing we've been throwing around a lot is some DNA terminology that I wanted to clarify for a moment. So we've heard a lot about STR DNA. What is that? Okay, STR stands for short tandem repeat analysis. Now, what does that mean? It's basically a type of DNA profiling. It was used in this to find a statistical match between Kohlberger and the DNA sample that was collected from the K-bar knife sheath. Here are the numbers that prosecutors threw around in their filing. The STR profile is at least 5.37 octillion times more likely to be seen if the defendant is the source than if an unrelated individual randomly selected from the general population is the source. Octillion, that's a lot of zeros. They are very much, you know, saying that this DNA matches him. We are so delighted to work with our sponsor, Brilliant Earth. This is a company that offers some of the most brilliant and romantic engagement rings and wedding bands out there, all the while ensuring a commitment to ethical sourcing and sustainability.
If you're looking to get married or to become engaged, or even if you're just searching for a special piece of fine jewelry, you have to check out their website. They make browsing so easy.
They even let you design your own perfect engagement ring, or you can shop by style. I love the delicate willow rings, along with the 3-stone Nadia rings and the classic freesia rings. It's so hard to choose.
And you don't have to worry about the ethical implications of your purchase. Your special gift, your engagement ring, your wedding band should never be tarnished by the idea that the gems or materials came from an abusive system.
See, Brilliant Earth has a commitment to beyond conflict-free diamonds. That means one thing. They only accept diamonds from mining operations in countries that strictly follow international labor, trade, and environmental standards. Fewer than 1% of other diamond suppliers meet Brilliant Earth standards.
You can feel good about your purchase, knowing that you're supporting a brand that actually cares about its ethical impact and is committed to fostering better standards in the jewelry business.
Check out all of their beautiful pieces at brilliantearth.com. That's brilliantearth.com. HelloFresh is America's #1 meal kit for a reason. HelloFresh really wants you to have it all. Free time and fresh, tasty food. That's why they take care of all the meal planning and deliver the ingredients so everything you need to whip up a delicious meal arrives right to your door. We love the convenience of getting high-quality, pre-measured ingredients shipped right to our door so we can have the fun of cooking meals together in the kitchen without the... So now we can get into another major development in this case that is sort of been talked about much like DNA for quite some time preceding to this latest batch of filings, and that's the death penalty. Now, as we've discussed in the past, Idaho is a death penalty state. That being said, it's rarely carried out there. To give you a sense of the size of the state's death row, according to the Idaho Department of Corrections website, there are currently only 8 people on death row in the state. So it's not a sizable population. And since 1977, only 3 executions have actually occurred. So that's what I mean when I say it's relatively rare. It's rare to have things go to that point.
And one thing that tells us is that it must be very difficult in Idaho to get someone onto death row and to get them actually executed. It must be a very difficult process. And so that tells us it's probably not something you would undertake to do unless you were very confident.
To give you a sense, the last time we saw an execution in Idaho was, according to Law and Crime, in 2012. And that inmate was Richard Albert Levitt. So that's over 10 years ago.
What did Levitt do?
So in 1984, a woman named Danette Jean Elg was discovered murdered. She had been brutally stabbed to death. Her sexual organs were slashed up and removed. And previously, she had told the police that this guy, Levitt, was trying to break into her house. There was a circumstantial case against him. He had been cut very badly on the night of the murder on his hand. His blood matched blood at the crime scene. And he was executed via lethal drug injection. And he basically had a history of being an extremely violent person. He was a suspect in multiple rapes. He was known to frequently threaten women. And he was actually the person to report his victim missing in this case. He claimed to police that he was just worried about her, but, you know, yeah, that's just a disgusting and horrifying case. So he's the last person executed. It's not very common in Idaho. But of course, this is one of the big cases that Idaho has seen in recent years. The Vallow Daybell case has also been pretty big, but, you know, the senseless stabbing murder of 4 young University of Idaho students. I mean, these kids had their lives all in front of them. They, you know, are killed in their beds when they, I mean, it's every parent's worst nightmare. It's every college student's worst nightmare. It's just a horrific case that impacted the community. So it does make some sense that they would be going for the death penalty in this. I also imagine that from a purely strategic standpoint, a death penalty being on the table is a bargaining chip, right?
Yes.
So how can that factor into a prosecutor's decision to go for the death penalty?
Well, in some cases, you can file for the death penalty. And then in the plea bargaining process, you can say, well, if your client pleads guilty, we'll take the death penalty off the table.
So it can be a way to get people into some sort of plea.
Yes.
Right. If they're afraid to die. So that's another thing here we should keep in mind. I mean, one thing I should note is that death penalty cases are incredibly expensive, and because of things like automatic appeals, they can stretch on for a very long time. That's when, from the victim's family's perspective, that can be a downside. But I know that at the very least, members of the Gonsalves family have come out in favor of Kohberger being executed if found guilty. So it seems like at least with one family, there is a support for that course of action. So a couple of other just kind of housekeeping things, I would say other filings concern Kohberger asking for grand jury materials, and there kind of being some back and forth with the prosecutor on that, and the judge weighing in. But in general, what are we seeing from Kohberger in terms of strategy for his team? Well, I think one big element is probably going to be the additional DNA. Who are these other 3 males? What's their story? Could they be a better suspect than him? We've also seen the defense.
I agree with you, Sleuth, and I believe that they wanted to get a plea. That was the whole ploy of throwing the DP, was hoping that he would take a plea, because that's the kind of shit that had been practiced before. If you look in the past, there are cases where they threw DPs at people, so they would plea. It's there. You just got to do the homework.
Kind of focus on basically asking for some more time is how I would characterize it. They're basically saying, we're having to review all this discovery. We want this pushed back. We want that pushed back. And we're not really seeing the state object to that or anything. So I think there's a certain element of they're getting inundated with information right now, and we may see more concrete things emerge as things go on. But, you know, definitely in the mode of sort of like, give us everything and give us time to look at everything. which seems prudent. Because I'm going to tell you, I mean, some of these pieces of evidence against Koberger are would be pretty concerning, I imagine, for the defense. And so having time to look at that, figure out a strategy on dealing with that, especially with the stakes so high on a death penalty case. And just as a notice that regarding when we talk about the death penalty in this case, we're talking about how the prosecutors filed a notice of intent to seek the death penalty. That doesn't necessarily mean that things will come to that, as we talked about plea deals. And of course, the jury will have to also be on board with that decision. Basically, a lot of times a death penalty decision can come down to things like mitigating factors, right, Kevin, or aggravating factors.
Yes. Mitigating factors are, of course, things that, in theory, make the offense seem less serious. Aggravating factors are things which make it seem worse. If you commit like a vicious robbery for no reason because you don't need to steal anything, and you go out of your way to commit harm to people who pose no threat to you, like perhaps children or something, those would be aggravating factors. Mitigating factors would be things that minimize what you do in some way. Perhaps you're impoverished, perhaps you have some sort of history of being abused and such. So those are things that would be considered.
Absolutely. Now, as of right now,
You're exactly right, Sleuthen. You hit the nail on the head right there. If you look it up, you guys can see it. I mean, I've done it. I've seen the shit that they were pulling. That's why I have the opinions that I do when it comes to a lot of the facts, and maybe that's why people like to criticize me sometimes. Because maybe I did a little bit more homework. I don't know.
the trial date is set for October 2nd, 2023. So that's coming up pretty fast. And we're looking at, I believe, media reports have indicated that the principals believe this may be like a 6-week trial. So this is going to be a long trial. It's coming up. I don't know whether there'll be further delays due to discovery issues and kind of getting all of that together. But at the very least, it's looming on the horizon at this point.
Yeah, it's fast approaching. Of course, there's always the possibility that it could be delayed. We'll just have to wait and see.
Yeah, and we'll wait to cover future developments in this case and continue looking at what's going on at the various hearings and with the various filings. We want to thank everybody who is interested enough in our coverage of this case to encourage us to keep covering it. And thanks so much for your feedback, first of all. And thanks for listening, second of all. And we'll keep on this and just keep on sending us your questions, and we'll try to get into the various topics that you want us to cover in future discussions about this case.
Thanks.
Oh,
so much.
Oh, okay. I wanted to let him finish saying that. I want to say I appreciate, here's the link again for the video. I appreciate them very much. Shout out to them. Let me take a look, see if there's anything breaking real quick. And then I got a bunch of work to do on some highlight short videos that I'm going to be putting out either this evening or in the morning. And then I'll be getting some rest after that. Like I said, I'll be on Silky Southern Teas tomorrow, 10:30 Eastern. I'll be joining her show as a guest. She's having a paranormal show. And then I'll be having a quick daytime true crime show after that. And then we'll be back with Idaho4 tomorrow night. And usually when I feel like this, it's just an overnight kind of thing. Just get some rest. I won't be on early tomorrow. I'll be on 10:30 Eastern, not the usual 9:30. So I'll get a little bit more rest too on that end. So not seeing anything breaking real quick. And we pretty much covered the Delphi stuff. If you didn't get to check out the show from earlier today, definitely go check out the earlier show where we talked Idaho4 and Delphi. Delphi was the first 3 hours. Idaho4 was the rest. and I am not seeing anything breaking. So I'm going to go ahead and end the night and get to some work. I got some more work to do before I get some rest. So it's still going to be a late night. Thank you, everybody. I appreciate you so much. Thank you for your company, your conversation. Sorry I was a little quiet at the end. My stomach's just turning, and I'm not trying to burp all up in you. So we'll see you tomorrow. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. And have a peaceful and positive evening, because that's always the number one goal. Thank you so much. Appreciate you guys. We'll see you tomorrow.